the wall.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, fellow decoders around the world, that was an amazing remix by one of my favorite DJs. Her name is Korolova, DJ Korolova. That is Pink Floyd, Another Brick in the Wall remix. Didn't know what to play tonight. I'm like, what should I play? What should I play? Tune Into the Mind, and that song came in, and I'm sure the track time and the song and all that will have its relevance in this decoding presentation of What's Your Question number 81. 81 is a big time number, ladies and gentlemen. It is a very, very big number in the SOT. I mean, it's skipped over a lot. Like, how big is the 81 in your life? You know, last What's Your Question was Mercury got the nod. Mercury being the 80th element on the periodic table. Now we have thallium, and thallium means green twig. And ladies and gentlemen, the word knowledge in Hebrew, gematria, is 81. The tree of knowledge, 81, which is the mirror of the 18, which is tied to the moon in the tarot, right? That's why I got it right on the wall there on the right of me. I asked, what two tarot cards should I pick to put on the wall, and these two on each side of me, which are the Knight of Wands and the Moon. Card 34 and card 18. And I'll let you have your time with decoding what that means, because there's going to be a lot of avenues that you'll be able to go down the rabbit hole, as we say. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a minute since I've been here. Took some time off. I was actually doing, I didn't take any time off. I was just doing a lot of research. I got a lot of presentations lined up. You saw all the coming soons. And I have a lot of material that I got coming out, and we're getting super close to figuring this out. I've been saying that for a while, but we're getting super close. If you're new here, welcome out. The reason why I'm wearing the sunglasses is not to look cool. It's a prop. And the reason is, it should remind you, or at least tell you, that we're inside of a movie. This Earth is a movie set. Let me take these off. We're entertainment. Earth is a movie set. We're being watched. You're living out your screenplay, which is why I have been saying that life is predestined. It's a scripted reality. Do we have any wiggle room with that? That's room for debate. I'm like, I want to think we have free will, but it doesn't look that way very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, thanks for joining in. Big shout out to all the Patreon members. Thank you for all your support. There's so many amazing decoders over there in that family now. And I want to just let all of you know that may have not been over there. The majority of the material is being shifted over there for various reasons, but I've added a third tier, a third donating tier, and I was very clear on What's Your Question number 80. I told everybody, and I'm going to say it again, that I added a third tier, and it's a $7 tier, but the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, I'm keeping it very authentic, meaning that I'm not going to release videos to anybody special on the tiers. If it doesn't matter what tier you take, what donating tier you want to come on, you're going to get all the same material. The only advantage of the last Empire tier, the top tier, people will get my Astrological poker, that system I have coming out. And there are some new releases, the member premieres that you'll get before anybody else. Like I just released Two-Faced Mitosis for the Empire tier members. So that's the perk that you get. But besides that, I get, a lot of, I hear all of you loud and clear. And, I want to let all of you know the reason why I moved onto Patreon. The main reason why I moved onto Patreon is to get the serious people over there. Now, I know some of you are going to say, oh, you're just trying to get the money. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I do for a living, number one. I mean, you probably have a cell phone service. You probably have a Netflix or an Amazon Prime subscription. You have subscriptions. Do you complain about that? It's amazing when I go onto Patreon, I get people complaining. But nonetheless, over on Patreon, you get the granddaddies. You'll get those. And the reason why I moved it over there is because, I learned a long time ago that free is where you get the people that bitch. When you give things away, people complain like crazy. And in this reality, the way the law works is reciprocation. Meaning when you just give stuff away for free, there's no reciprocation or a lack of reciprocation. When you have, hey, I'll pay my cell phone bill. Like a lot of you complain about your cell phone bill, but how about being grateful for it instead? Flipping that, right? Because you could pay it every month. A lot of people can't pay their cell phone and they go without it. So when you get to pay it, instead of complaining about the bill, you should be grateful that you can pay the bill and have the cell phone service. But nonetheless, that's the reciprocation on the donating tiers. So whatever tier you want to involve yourself with, according to your budget or what you feel the material is worth, I'll leave it up to you. And that's the way it's rolling out on Patreon. I'm still going to pump out videos on the YouTube, the public YouTube. I'll keep the scripted realities, of course. That's kind of was something that I started. I don't know how many more I'm going to do. And, let's talk about the scripted realities. I have an extension of the latest scripted reality, number 23, and the highlight was on the drug called Viagra. Sildenafil citrate is the chemical name. Originally created by Pfizer. If you haven't watched that, it's the funniest decode I've ever done. I thought penis and vagina was a funny decode, but this one blew that away. So if you want a good laugh, if you want to see how scripted this reality is, if you want to see God as a comedian, then head over and watch the scripted reality number 23. And get a good laugh. I just couldn't stop laughing. Almost the entire time I was sweating. I was laughing so hard, and I've already watched it all, putting all the presentation together, and I was dying laughing, presenting it to the world. It's that funny. So a simple little drug like Viagra and Pfizer, and they're not trying to mock you. They're not trying to get one past you or pull the wool over your eyes. They actually created the drug for the heart. It was an angina. It was for angina for the heart. And they found out you can, and the rest is history. So the story goes. That's all I can go off of. But I have an extension on that. Some of you great decoders left your comments. I saw what you saw, and I included a few of the slides that I'm going to show based upon your observations. And I have some extensions that I'm going to show you the human design that I didn't include in the original scripted reality 23, right? I was laughing so hard, and I even made an error in the calculator, and somebody caught that, but it wasn't an error. The outcome was the same. I just left out number 78, so I'm going to talk about all that kind of stuff. So I'll be looking over here again. This is my second monitor. This is where all your comments are coming in, and I get to just take a peek at what's going on for all of you great decoders. And I appreciate each and every one of you for being here, for support. I mean, we're up to 81. Been doing this a long time now. Probably would have a lot more if I would have kept it every single week, but. All right, so tonight I'm going to be using there's a few things I want to start. Tonight I'm going to be using exclusively this deck, which is the two cards on the wall, the Astro Matrix. I love this tarot deck. I love it. Love this deck. Because of the vivid colors. Like here's the Devil card. The Tower card I like because it has the all-seeing eye on it, as it should. And, you know, if you want to know, like I have a decode coming out on a head of the snake. If you want to know what the head of the snake is, it's the devil, of course. What's the snake? The tower. So the tower and the devil, there's your snake right there. There's your serpent. Of course, the tower is the snake body, and the head is the devil. That's what it says when you combine numerology with the tarot. It's a beautiful methodology. It's a beautiful system. Not even having to use these for divination. I mean, it's just for decoding. It's amazing. It's amazing. And then I was pulling some cards tonight for myself, and you know, kind of like what's the next stage in life, and it was the Nine of Swords and death, right? And so what does this mean? You would think, well, shit, man, this is the card for 2024, and I think there's going to be a lot of this coming down the pike. That's not to put any fear in all of you. It's inevitable. We're at that stage of the movie, but what does this mean, and what does death mean? I personally, and there was more cards, but I'm just going to tell you the skinny on it, is that maybe, just maybe, the nightmare is going to be removed. And we're going to have some freedom from the nasty shit on the world stage. Some peace of mind. But I'm not going to say that with absolute conviction. But I will tell all of you, and I stand firm in this, you got to turn the mainstream off. You got to stop. Like, I get a lot of emails. I get a lot of people like texting me, and I see what you're watching. I see what you're paying attention to. Why? Why are you still paying attention to that movie? Because you just got to know what's going on? I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, if you want peace of mind, you got to turn that crap off. You got to turn it off. And if you're gonna take a look at it, realize that it's no different than reading the plot of a movie. No different. But that's one of the requisites, man. If you want to graduate and you want to get out of, and we're just maybe subtly moving out of, you got to turn that junk off, man. You got to disassociate yourself from it. Everything. The church, government, state, mainstream. You got to chop that from your life. That's my suggestion. A couple health things I wanted to throw out there. I'm going to get into some of your questions. I want to let all of you know what I've been doing. A lot of people ask me, what do you do? What's your regimen for your health and wellness? And, you know, some of these staples in my life. Well, number one, which I've talked about, and I want to, you know, a lot of you here, I know a lot of you suffer from digestion issues, which is very common. And that's because, you see, the body needs about 91 nutrients every day. You need 60 minerals, 16 vitamins, your omegas, and your amino acids, right? But if you don't get that full spectrum, the body is resilient as it is. One day when you get older, it's going to say, hey, man, I'm not doing this anymore. And now you have, and a lot of people have heartburn. And you would think heartburn is like, I have too much stomach acid. Well, hold on. You probably don't make enough. And now you're doing the rope-a-dope with that. Now you're handicapped with the food you eat. So one of the things that I love to do as a daily health habit is when I wake up, I don't eat right away. It's hours before I eat, right? When I wake up, I drink a whole liter of water before I do anything because you're dehydrated, right? But what I've been doing now lately is that I moved into this salt. I've used it before. I like the pink, but I moved into this. And folks, salt, you got to understand, salt is extremely important for the body. It's required for the body, for the cells to work right. There's over like 70 minerals in here. You need these for the body. Now, you can take too much, of course. So what I've been doing is I have a little salt shaker and I just and lick my hand. And then before I drink my liter of water, I lick my hand with the salt and I chug, 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 chug. Because the salt will help force the water into the cells. Or at least keep them hydrated and get the minerals in there that you need. Go study the salt, man. It's like in the top 3 of the most important thing you can take. A lot of you have mineral deficiencies. If you look at your fingernails, if you have your cuticles are peeling up, mineral deficiencies. Like your health's going to be really important. So I've been doing that before and I drink, at least 3 liters of water a day. And then I do 1 lemon, I cut it in half, I squeeze it into a pan, and then I take a teaspoon of baking soda and I put that into the pan with the lemon, and then I fill up a glass of water, and then I pour the water into the pan, and I stir it up and pour it back into the glass, and I chug that. And why do I do that? Because this right here, this combination is a super alkalizer in your body. Your body, the reason why you normally will a big reason why a lot of you get sick is because your body is constantly on the acidic side. And that's where diseases and sicknesses and colds and all that stuff, that's where they like to hang out, is when your body is compromised in the acidic state. So you want to be slightly alkaline. You don't need to be in the screaming purple. You want to be slightly alkaline. If you use the test strips, the pH test strips, which I highly recommend that you do, you wake up in the morning, pull one of those things out, piss on it, and if it turns a nice green, you're slightly alkaline. If it's slightly green, yellowish, it means you're acidic. So this is a game changer, baking soda and lemon, every single day. And I'm getting into another one where I'm going to be making shots with turmeric, and I'll be releasing this for everybody, what my daily habits, but ginger, turmeric, cayenne pepper, salt, apple cider vinegar. You mix all this stuff together, and you buy the little shot glasses, and you make it, and you just keep them in the fridge, and you do a shot of that. And I'm gonna tell you, like these are game changer things that are really important to do. These are kind of health hacks, if you will, right? And this is not something I came up with. I just find stuff that randomly gets sent or randomly comes my way, and I'm like, that sounds great. I'm gonna start doing that. Like I've been doing the baking soda and lemon for a long time, but adding the little shake of salt on my hand and licking it and then drinking my water, like I really feel like that's something very beneficial. Not a lot, a little bit, just a little bit. So that's what I've been doing, and then doing my watermelon puree, a couple liters of that a day, adding in celery, blueberries, pineapple. I do a lot of fruit, a lot of mandarins, a lot of apples. I do a lot of fruit, a lot. And then I normally just have one big meal at night. My protein, but I stay away from the foods that make my skin kind of not be good, which is typically processed stuff like rice. Forget it. Rice is, unless I do like a wild rice. I have trigger foods. You probably do too. Even quinoa triggers me. I have to be careful with tortillas here in Mexico. Like I love tacos. I barely have them because you just never know what's going to be in the shells. So I like doing just lettuce, big romaine lettuce, and wrapping those with protein and just eating those. That's my tacos. That's what I do. So a lot of alkalinity in my life. And I swear by it because I don't get sick. My streak of being non-sick has been a while. And that's because I stay alkaline. I stay slightly alkaline. Right? I'm not on the acidic side. So just want to let all of you know these, and also this supplement I've been given this to try right here, which is amazing. It's by Trace Minerals. It's called 40,000 volts. I've been doing like whatever the recommended dose, 40 drops of this. And this has, your magnesium, sodium, chloride, potassium. These are potassium, magnesium, sodium, chloride. These are the important elements that your body needs Some of you don't get it, or you get barely any of it. So, and then the last thing I want to say is I might, for What's Your Question 82, my friend came back from Vegas and brought me some, there's a gummy in there. You know what that gummy is. I don't do this anymore, really. I may do a What's Your Question stoned. I had said it before, but I think it'd be kind of fun. And you'll get to see how I am when I'm stoned. Man, I probably will talk too much. But anyways. All right, so that's kind of a few things. I think that's about all I have for news. I've been vacant on the podcasts. I just hit Jordan up today. He's wherever he's at in the world. I'll probably talk to him tomorrow. Might do another podcast with him, but I wanna do some more podcasts. So if you know anybody that would be cool to join forces with to do a podcast, well, send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. And, you know, just quick, brief. I'm not a big fan on emails, so don't send me a freaking long, drowned out email. I don't expect me to respond with, you know, so anyway. Now, last thing I want to say, big shout out to all you, big shout out to the Wrenches, Pamela and Steven. I got my Jack and Jill in here. So thanks both of you. Eat that gummy immediately. I can't really do this anymore. My body says no. But anyway, he thought it was a baggie, Bobby. Well, it is a baggie, actually. It's one of those see-through, like, la-di-da baggies. Like, oh, here's like a 5-cent gummy. Let me put it into a little baggie and make it look really expensive. Yeah. Super Galactic says, what are your thoughts on electrolytes? Well, just that's what this is. That's what electrolytes are. That's what Gatorade is. But you're getting, if you take this every day, you won't need to take electrolytes. You won't need to. Before every liter. So 3 licks a day with the water, man. And you're staying hydrated. Your cells are going to love you for that. Reinvestor says, sorry, Logan, but just because your pee is showing alkaline doesn't mean your body and cells are alkaline. I'm doing the best I can, my friend. But you see, for me, the tail is in the tape, meaning that I don't get sick. So if you're acidic, your chances of getting sick are greater. So that, to me, that's my marker. Those are my margins. But it's just a guide. I'm not saying it's an be-all, end-all. But it definitely is a guide. But I hear you. Cell salts are good. That's homeopathic. But just salt, man. It's got 70 minerals, plus 70 plus minerals in there that your body needs every day to function properly. All right, so going through your comments. Yeah, like I said, ladies, the deck that I'm using, the one I'm highlighting anyway, is the Astro Matrix Tarot. How about an interview with Billy Carson? Guys, I would do it, but I don't think he would. Immortal Aaron says he's going to hit a bong. Do a podcast with Shem Jacobs. I don't know who that is. Some of you want me to take the gummy now. That's funny. I got some mushrooms in my freezer. I've had them forever. I haven't even done them. Yeah, Jason Shirka's awesome. I like him. Toyota FJ Cruiser, any thoughts on what the Zohar says about the creation of the alphabet? I don't have any thoughts on that. But I do know that the research that I've been shown, alpha is the alpha predator, and then we live in beta. That's why in Judaism, in the Torah, it starts off with the letter bet. The word is bear shit. That's the comedy, right? I covered this in Holy Shit Decoded. I got Holy Shit Part 2 coming out, which is going to be just as funny. That one was a funny decode too, but the Viagra Decoded was the funniest one I've ever done. Hands down. But anyway, the first letter in the Torah is bet. Alpha, bet. It's the alpha, the I, the one. It's alpha playing the bet. So essentially, when you look at the devil, right? The devil's the alpha. And the two people represent the bet. We're in beta. We're in duo. Tommy's asking about, can you expand on the number 7 in numerology? Well, there's a lot of layers to the numbers, right? Seven chakras, 7 colors to the rainbow, 7 days of the week, 7 classical planets tied to the Gnostic archons, the 7 archons. 7 is tied to Libra in astrology, ruled by Aphrodite. Libra is tied to the scales of justice being balanced. So and 7 is the middle of the pH scale. 1 to 14, 7's in the middle. So neutrality is 7. The blood sits at 7.3, 7.4, slightly alkaline, slightly love. That's neutrality, folks. Neutrality with a twist of like, don't tread on me, live and let live. Don't judge. Be nice to people. That's slight. You don't have to go head over heels, but that's the 7. And then the liability on the 7, it's kind of interesting. You know that show The Boys, which I'm a huge fan of on Amazon Prime? It's the 7, right? The soups. The 7. Avenged sevenfold. So the 7, the number itself, sits at the crown position. And what would you be doing here in the crown position? If you're, this is, I do this, when I do my readings for people, I show the chakras. Let me just show all the, do I have it here? Let me see, hold on. I don't have it here. Okay. But nonetheless, when you when you study the seven chakras, and I know people say there's more, okay, that's fine, but let's just talk about the seven chakras, and this is going to relate to if you're a 7 life path, right? That's going to, if you're a 7 birthday, that's going to correlate to what I'm about to tell you. The 7s are the analysts, because God in Judeo-Christianity, doesn't matter if it was real, if it's a story, allegorical, it's in the script. And that script and that story says 6 days of creation, 1 day of rest. The 7th day is the covenant, the completion, the scales of justice, Libra. And if you move it into sidereal and now the rising sign being Virgo, well, now you would have a different variance on Libra. You would actually move into Virgo. I'm Pisces rising. Virgo would be now the 7th sign. It is the 7th sign now. So it's going to play between 2 of those. But the 7 is the house of marriage and partnerships. It's your reflection. It's your mirror. It's going to balance you out. But on the 7th day, the rest happens. So when you take this from an individualistic perspective, if you're a 7 birthday, 7 life path, you have a 7 of diamonds, 7 of spades, whatever, you're an analyst because you're looking down. You're God, right? God is using you, and you become the analyst looking down upon your 6 days of creation, looking at it and saying, that's broken. That's too loud. That's too soft. That's too this. That's too that. That looks okay here. And you're constantly being a critic. So the 7 from the perspective of what a 7's all about, you're a critic. Your job is to critique the world because you're constantly giving feedback. Your job is to critique the world as a 7. And you can obviously move into a liability where you become a total ding-dong. You could just critique and you just become a pessimistic person all the way around. Somebody's got to do it. But when you're balanced like the Libra scales, you're critiquing from a perspective of giving that feedback to make the world a better place. And it's how you see the world. Remembering that not everybody incarnates to be the good character. Not everybody incarnates to play the good character. That's my foundation. If you're not on that same foundation, then we don't really have much to talk about. All right, so that's the 7. The 1 life path is and are you talking about your Gregorian life path? Or are you talking about your pre-Julian life path? Because I came out with a Decode on the Patreon showing you how to get your 2 life paths. For me, it was a game changer. I went from an 8 to a 9, and I'm more of a hermit in the 9 than I am the 8. So my Gregorian is actually in the 2nd position for my life path. So you may not be a 1 life path. You may move into you're gonna move into a different life path. You're gonna move into probably a 3 or a 2. And it was a game changer for me. Jada, I don't know if does 14 count? I don't know if you're asking me that. Yam, ship of curses, says Hebrew is really Phoenician. Well, you would think that it's going to be linked to that because of the way the history says. But you see, the alleviation of the burden of trying to figure out which one came first comes from realizing that we live in a scripted reality and it's all connected. It doesn't matter if it was Greek was first, Hebrew was first, or Hebrew was second and Greek was first. And it doesn't matter because it's a Ponzi scheme. It doesn't matter what happened 500 years ago, 2,000 years ago. Really, all that matters is what's going on right now. That's what's affecting your life, not what happened 2,000 years ago. But it's all connected and it's a Ponzi scheme, meaning that, as my stance on this, the research shows that all the names of God, it's just a Ponzi scheme. It owns it all. This is what alleviates the burden of fighting and trying to be right. Janine asking about twin flames. Well, I did a live podcast on Let's Talk About Soulmates / Twin Flames. So you may want to check it out. Go to my my lives and you'll find it there. Got a lot of traction on that. I just go with the flow. I'm not interested in trying to find the twin flame. Personally, it doesn't matter to me. Now, I'm not looking, right? But if you're somebody who's looking for love, just stop looking. Your screenplay. If it's supposed to find you, you don't need to look. Why look when you live in now, if you don't believe you live in a predestined scripted reality, well then by all means do whatever you want. You're going to do whatever you want anyway. But folks, the research says your screenplay is already laid out for you from start to finish. So if you're with somebody right now, you're supposed to be with that person. Even if it's a shitty relationship, and a lot of people say, oh my God, I wasted so much time. No, you didn't waste any time. There is no such thing as a waste of time. You're always doing something with time. Even if you sit in a quiet room and you have nothing around you for influence, you're still not wasting time. You're going to focus on your mind. You're going to start to think. That's not wasting time. There's no such thing as wasting time. There's no such thing as saying, oh, that was a waste of my time. No, it wasn't. Because your life is already written for you before you ever came out into this world. That's what the research shows. Sincerely Fines asking about the King of Clubs as your birth card. Yeah, it's that King it means mental mastery. Your spirit card, which that's the card you should focus on. My take on, and even Sharon will agree with this, is that when you become aware of your code, the focus should be on your spirit card, your handler card, as I like to call it. So if you're a King of Clubs, your handler is the 2 of Spades. That's the card you should focus on. That's the one that is running you. And remember that 2 of Spades is the 2 of Swords. And I've covered this. This is if you're a 2, you are the epitome of duality. The 2s represent duality. The 2 of Hearts, the 2 of Cups. That's the that's the contract. The 2 of Diamonds is the juggling of DNA. The 2 of Clubs is the futurist. And the 2 of Swords, if you clearly look at this person right here, is sitting in a chair and they got a blindfold on. My camera won't pick it up. Come on, baby. There you go. See the blindfold? This card right here is the card of being neutral, being lukewarm, which I feel is the way out of this reality, if there is such a thing. Because you're in beta, you're in duo, you're in bet, you're in the binary system. It's right there on the card. So the swords represent, do you want to use the sword? No, this person's sitting in an idle position, an inertia position. At night, it's quiet. The sun's not blazing down on you. And when the sun comes, it wants to play. Right? The sun wants to play. That's why when you look at this reality, and if you're one of those people that get up on the regular daily hours of activity, when the sun comes up, people get busy. Right? Shit starts to move. At night, people go inside, they hibernate, they close down, they shut down. It's time to go to sleep. So the nighttime is, you go inward. The sun is yang. The moon is yin. So this is going inward. So if you're a 2, folks, you're one of the cards of duality itself. This is the card of not taking action. And it's a tall order. People ask me all the time, well, what does that mean? How do I get out of this game? You can't play it. What does that mean? I'm telling you right straight up, I've been saying this. Love is the trap. And people get offended by that. Listen, I'm not here to gather friends and family. I'm not here for you to like me. I'm just telling you what my mind's telling me. It's not for everybody. But I'm telling you that the way people get stuck in this reality is through their emotions. The emotions are what are being harvested. Love and fear are a harvesting tool. Or harvesting tools. So I'm telling you, when you love is the glue that binds this reality together. When you love something, you attach yourself to it. You literally, if, like I've said so many, and people get offended, like, hey, I'm here to tell you, if you got kids, you're responsible for their death. If you have a child, that kid dies, it's your fault. That pisses people off. It's not my fault. Well, don't have the kid then. You don't have to worry about it. One day, if your kid dies before you, it's going to hurt. It's going to suck. You're going to have to go through all that pain and turmoil. If you have a pet, a dog or a cat, and you got to watch it die, it sucks. Why do you got to go through all that? That nightmare, that pain, crying and depression. And then you do it with a child? It's the worst. Anyway, I don't know how I got on that, but I've been saying this and it pisses a lot of people off. Listen, you don't have to believe me. But what keeps people, it's a soul for a soul. Did you see the Avengers movie? When they go on top of the mountain, when Thanos goes with his daughter on top of the mountain to get the soul stone, the orange soul stone, orange being tied to Venus, love, Aphrodite. The orange soul stone. Well, he had to throw his daughter over the cliff to get the soul stone. It's a soul for a soul. When you pump out a kid, that's a soul for a soul. And my opinion is that keeps the reincarnation loop going for you and your whatever. Now, you don't have to agree with me. But folks, don't get mad at the objective. It's just a possibility. And even if it's 100% true, there's nothing you can do about it. If you already have a kid, you did a soul for a soul. You already laid that. It was already scripted for you anyway. So why would you even get mad at it? Your mom says, who is harvesting our energy? Well, I mean, there's a million different things we could postulate here. Cover the archons, the classical line of the planets. I mean, we're in a system of the electrons of the planets that revolve around the nucleus, the proton and neutron, which would be Earth, the sun and the moon. And then you have the electrons, and this is a nucleus. It's a maximized nucleus. So, I mean, what's harvesting energy? I couldn't put my finger on it. I don't have substantial evidence to tell you what that would be. I just have theories. But clearly what I can show you is we live in a scripted reality. Mankind's women are not in control of this reality. And that's it. That's my final answer. And I'm living proof of that. And so many other decoders that I'm in communication with. We constantly, day in and day out, see a script playing out. Signs being shown to you. Well, where are those coming from? I don't belong to any organization. So I couldn't answer your question. I just don't know. I mean, you go watch all the 500 plus videos I have and you'll get an idea of some of the possibilities. JJ Reckon says we are energy transformers receivers. Yeah, I mean, you know, like, do we have free will? Well, like I said, good luck in trying to prove that, because I can guarantee you, I will promise you, you will never, ever in a million years be able to prove that you're in control of your reality and you have free will. You will never in a million years be able to prove that. That's a 1 + 1 = 2 fact. Now, if you flip it over, and people say, well, prove to me that I'm not in control. Well, you'd have to get into some neurological and some decision making and all that kind of stuff to postulate that. But there's really no way to prove that. So it's going to come down to what you adopt as your truth. But clearly, if you watch the scripted reality 23 and Viagra, do you think Pfizer had control over the pill they popped out? You know, if you think about Viagra, right, what it's used for and how many people use it just for fun. Well, forget about the fun stuff. People actually use it because they have to use it, right? They have to take that pill to get it up to please whoever they're with. Why do they do that? Because they're afraid of losing their partner in a sense. They may go somewhere else. You can't get it up. I'm out of here. They don't say that. But that's in the back of the mind, right, of the dude. But if you just take that away, what is the point of sex? What is the freaking objective of having sex with somebody? Well, first and foremost, you're using that person. That's what we do as human beings. We use each other. That's not a bad thing, by the way. But when you have sex with somebody, you're using them so you can get off. And then, you know, if you end up having a child, which a lot of people have on accident, there are no accidents in this reality. I can assure you that. There are no mistakes. Alleviates a lot of burdens when you take that off the table. But the reason why sex is so, and the Viagra comes out, and I showed clearly that it's the creator that made that whole thing happen. Why? Because it encourages you to have sex. Why would people want to have sex? The game needs players. Hello? Pump out more kids. More spirit to incarnate into. More experiences for whatever's running this reality. Keeps the game going. And it's, you know, you're being harvested for that energy. Something's getting it. I mean, if you take sex off the table for you, if you go into a celibate lifestyle, your life will change in a big way. Because now you're not focused on, I got to get some. Oh my God, I'm horny. I got to get some. And a lot of your day is spent on chasing people. Dating apps. A lot of you here are slaves to down there. You're a slave to it. And I'm not saying it's a bad thing. So please don't go there. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm just saying it is. But if you take sex off the table, your life changes in a big way. Like I said, man, if you have a kid, you're responsible for the kid's death. I mean, that's just the way it is. How could you have it any other way? If your kid gets into a car accident, that's your fault because you brought the kid into the world. That's why you freak out. Like you're sitting there and you're like, oh my God, I hope nothing happens to my kid. You're like waiting up at night. Some of your parents wait up at night for your kid to come home. Can't sleep because they're out. You don't know what they're doing. My mom used to be like this. I'd go out, she'd wait up for me no matter what, for me to get home. Like that's torture. That energy, your emotions are being harvested for that, you know? And again, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I'm merely pointing out the machinations, the mechanics of this reality. So I'm just saying, man, if you postulate the idea of going celibate and moving away from chasing ass, your life will change. It will. You'll be free. Right? I know there's going to be this people, you sit here and have conversations with people about why you need to fall. It's all about chasing your heart and falling in love. Why it's this and Valentine's and romance it's so glorified. I'm telling you, it's love is the trap in this reality. Final answer. It's a trap. If there is such a thing to keep you bonded here in this reality called matter, it is love. And there is this layer, folks, and I'll be very bold and I'll say that love and emotions are weakness. Why do I say that? And I thought people say, oh, what do you mean? You don't want me to be human? Oh, being human and loving and all that stuff. Listen, I'm here doing this because I care about people, right? That's not what I'm talking about, though. What I'm saying is that how is emotions and love a weakness? Folks, I told you, if you got a kid, man, and something happens to your kid, you're racing off to fix that kid. You got to stop whatever you're doing, and you got to go help your child. And then if your child dies prematurely, you're going to be you may move into a layer of like sadness and mourning and depression and why did this happen to me? Trying to figure it out. And it just ruins people. I'm telling you, emotions, and I'm not saying go be a robot. No. I'm merely postulating this philosophy that emotions and love is a weakness. Because you're vulnerable with those emotions. You're vulnerable with it. A lot of you stay in relationships because you're just codependent. That's vulnerability. You can't get out. You don't feel like I can't get out of it because this person I rely on. This person pays my bills. Then go freaking make your own money then, and be free. You're not free. You're in a prison. A lot of you are in prison. You're in prison right now. You don't even have to go to prison. I went to prison. I physically went to prison. I know what that feels like. A lot of you are in prison right now. You've been in prison, and you're not going to get out. And you hate it, but you can't leave. You don't feel like you leave because you can't see past the liability. And the reason why is because your emotions are your weakness. Then I know this is going to rub people the wrong way. Because people say, well, you're going to have people say, well, I know, but we're supposed to be human. Yeah, but what if you don't want to be human anymore? What does it take to be a human being? Emotions. So if you really think about this, folks, if you don't want to be in this reality anymore, then what does that take? What does it take to not be in this reality anymore? What does it take to be a human being? It's a slippery slope. It's a tricky dick kind of thing. I know, it's. Let me show you something. If you're somebody who has a family, everything I just said, you're going to be saying, Logan's an asshole. Wow, what an ass. And you're going to go and say, well, but this and the reward of having the family. Absolutely. There's always a liability asset to everything in this reality. You see, I have no attachments in my life. I don't have any pets. I don't have a partner. I am completely free. I don't have to worry about this or worry about that. I don't have to worry about buying chocolates for Valentine's Day. I don't have to worry about buying Christmas presents for somebody and they get offended if I didn't get them something that they wanted and I was too cheap. I don't have to worry about whining and dining. I don't have to worry. I take all that off the table, and what do I do with my time? I focus and dump it onto the world to show people how the machinations and the mechanics of this world work. I'm not just sitting there doing nothing here, but that's what my screenplay is. It's not for everybody. Because there are many of you that are in relationships and you're in love and you're in your marriage and you're going to say, well, yeah, I have kids and I love watching my kids grow up. Well, what happens when your kid, you're going to love when your kid dies? How are you going to feel if your kid prematurely dies before you? You're going to love that? I bet your answer will be no on that. But that's how life is. And again, I'm not saying it's good or bad. I'm just saying that's how the mechanics of life work. So if you want to be free from being a human being, stop playing the game of a human being. A lot of you can't give up sex. Like you got to bust one out all the time. And you'll justify it, just like I'm justifying what I'm saying. That's what we do. You will justify your position in life based upon what your experiences are, bar none. And that's what's working for you. Just keep doing that. Don't listen to what I got to say. My opinion is empty and meaningless in your world. There are people in this world that are born with this. The Ace of Cups. If you have this card show up in a tarot reading, you'll hear these tarot readers, you got love coming in. You got new love coming in. Because there's the dove, and you see the yod is right there, right? The yod, there's the letter yod, the 10th letter in the Hebrew alphabet, falling into that cup. And this is eternal now. This means eternal. So aces means new beginnings, and cups are love. Now, if you listen to a tarot reader, the good ones won't simply dominate with romance. You got to cover all the bases. This doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have some new romance come in your life. You may have a new project coming in your life that will take precedence over a relationship that you're going to fall in love with. I told you, folks, it doesn't, people ask me, what do you love, Logan? I love decoding. I love being an artist. I love creating. Well, isn't that a trap? Yes, it is. In a sense, it's a trap. I told you, if life doesn't get you one way, it's going to get you the other way. I mean, we have some birthday stuff in here. Are you somebody who goes out there and you blow it up on your birthday? But then you're like, I want to get out of this reality. Then why are you celebrating all this? What's my birthday? And no, it's your habit of celebrating your birthday. You're in the habit of doing that. And again, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm far from that. But some of you want to leave this reality. You want to go beyond the physical, but you're celebrating your physicality by doing the birthday dance every year. Which is it? You want to get out of the physical. You want to get rid of this physicalness, but you're out having sex and pumping it out. Risking bringing a kid into this world. Oh, I know, but I use protection. Well, that doesn't always work. Now, does it? See, again, you'll justify your life. You will justify everything you're doing in your life to make it work for you. So you're not wrong and you look good, because that's we all do this. Life's about looking good. Thank you, Werner Erhard. So prophetic. Life is about looking good. And if you don't care about the way you look, maybe you care about how people feel about you or your intelligence. You don't want to look stupid. That's looking good, looking bad. Steven's asking, what do you think about transits and secondary progressions in astrology? People say reading transits are more accurate than horoscopes. Well, the transits are, what is a transit? The current placement of the celestials right now. If you pull up an astrological map, that is the transit. Where's Mars right now? Where's the moon right now? Where's the sun right now? And you can compare that against your own chart. That's like advanced astrology. But aren't you interested in how you're going to behave in this reality? That's the requisite. Figuring out how you function. Forget about the transits. Tell me about yourself. Tell me, like, if I sat down and interviewed every single one of you, and I asked the question, tell me about your astrological chart, what would I get an answer from? What would I get from you? Tell me about all your 12 houses. What's in the first house, the second house, the third house? Who's the Lord or Lordess of those houses? Those are the basics. Forgetting about the transits, what are the basics? Do you know the basics? Start there. I got this September 11th astrological chart coming out. Mind blown. Like with the fresh set of eyes and, my level of understanding right now, boom. You realize the time. Do you know what time that whole thing started? Can anybody put in here? Let's see how your memory is here. What time was the first tower hit? What time was it in New York City? Can somebody put that in the comments? I'm gonna wait for somebody to pump this into it. Let's see what you guys and gals get here. Let's see. I know there's a delay, so let's see what we got. Now I'll come back to that. Childhood trauma, yep. Childhood trauma is part of your script. That's working for you. I've discussed this many times. Like when I do readings with people, they don't tell me everything. The people that really dig, they release a little bit of information, and then you can connect it as a practitioner and a fan of astrology and the cards and the tarot and the numerology and all that stuff. But your biggest trauma is working for you. Why are we looking at it like we say trauma, we instantly think negativity? How about the trauma's work has been working for you your entire life? I'll never do that again. 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 Based upon your trauma. I'll never do that again. And it maybe saved your ass as an adult because you'll never do that again. Or it will promulgate you to do something else. I said, what is your biggest childhood fear? That is what has created you as an adult. Some people, they're raised in an alcoholic family. I'll never drink. I'm never going to drink. And you're going to raise a family there's no drinking. Well, the only way to raise a family with no drinking, some of the ways is to be in a family that does drink. So you can see the difference. How do you know bad if you don't know good? So your childhood trauma, folks, like whatever that is, the markers, you don't even have to call it trauma. What was the biggest influence in your childhood? That is what has shaped your adulthood. I've already, I'll give it the example of myself, right? What was the biggest instigator in my childhood? Jehovah's Witness, being raised in that religion. What did it do? It prevented me from doing a lot of things that I wanted to do. Essentially, I was in a prison. So what am I doing as an adult? Showing people how to get out of a prison. What is the prison? Well, there's a lot of things that are attached to the prison in your life. Doesn't have to be religion. It can be just habits that you have. It could be a relationship that's completely nasty. And then some of you see your childhood influences, and then you identify with those, and then you look for those as an adult. That's what you want, because you don't know anything else. So it can go either way. All right. So we have 9:03 a.m., 8:40. So we're going back to the 9/11. It was 8:48 a.m. Let me confirm this. Let me confirm this. So 8:46, 8:48. So some is 8:46, some is 8:48. And I can't get a definitive. If you do the 8:48, it's 56. That's lights, camera, action. If you do the 8:46 and you add that up, you're going to get 54, and that's Zeus. And that's the lightning bolts. Right? That's what you'll get. Just the time alone. How deep that goes. $8:47. Yeah. Jasmine says, love is strength, love is courage, not weakness. It's love is strength, love is courage, absolutely, but it's also a weakness. There's a liability and asset to all emotions. There is no exception to this. There is not an exception to emotions being a liability and an asset, because we live in a dualistic world. So when you become in the middle and you become slightly alkaline, slightly love, and realize death is inevitability, it's a game changer. But again, it's going to come down to a personal perspective, observation. And then she says, the world needs more love and compassion in it. If the world had more love and compassion, we would be getting that. It would be scripted that way. The thing is, ladies and gentlemen, what are you doing in your world? What are you doing in your world to put out your like, what are you doing on the world? Are you bickering, complaining? Are you spreading fear? Are you spreading mainstream bullshit? Are you sharing videos on what happened at the rally? Are you doing, how is that love? What is your definition of love? What is your definition of it? That's what it's going to come down to. What is your definition of love? All right, let me go into some extensions on. Let me go into, where we go, display. Okay, so I came out with this yesterday. Thanks everybody for joining in and watching this and supporting this. And I tried to get the message across with the monument here, because this scripted reality was based on an erect penis, a hard-on, to be quite frank, romance, love. And I'm telling you, this is what keeps this reality going. Romance, screwing, having kids. That's what keeps this reality going. Okay? And again, I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just looking at it from a neutral perspective. That's what keeps this game going. So when I come out with this, it was based on Viagra. I had no intention of decoding this. It just popped into my lap. And so I came out and I showed how funny that this was. The molar mass, which is the chemical formula for Viagra. And again, what created Viagra? God did. Not man. Man used man to create it. Why would you create something to get men hard again where they can't? So you can have sex. Need more players. More players equals more emotions. More energy I can harvest. So when you do the molar mass of this, you do the mathematical equation using the calculator, and I should have 6 of these here. I only have 4. A couple people caught that. But what you could do is see there's 78 total cards in the tarot deck, the most popular. And if you take any number above 78, you subtract the 78. I learned this from Sharon Jeffers. And you go 6 times and you end up with this card right here. Now, how funny is this? Come on, folks. And this is not the first time I've done this. Done it many times with the cards of illumination, just now moving it into the tarot a little bit more to get the picture. The Lover's card comes in here. So sildenafil citrate becomes the Lover's card, and there's the serpent on the tree. It doesn't get any more apparent than that. And of course, the Godhead at the top. Be fruitful, multiply. Yeah, of course. That's the name of the game. The Lover's card, right? And then somebody caught in the medicine deck, a couple of you caught it, that the 6th card in the medicine deck is the snake. And there's only 52 cards in the medicine deck, but if you take 474 and you subtract the 52, you got to do it 9 times, you're going to end up with the same outcome, the 6. And this is the comedy, right? Because what is this? A penis. The snake in the trousers. Right? The snake. What is the snake? What is the serpent? Well, even in human design, it has its say in all of this. This right here is the human design chart for March 27th, 1998, the day that Viagra was first released onto the world stage. And I have circled down here gate 59 and gate number 6. These are connected, by the way. And look at what the definitions of them are. I mean, seriously? 59 is the gate of intimacy. And gate 6 is the gate of friction. It's also tied to the snake. Of course, what does a snake have on its belly as it goes around on the ground? Friction. It's rubbing against the ground. That's how it moves. The snake. So you have gate 59 and gate 6 activated on March 27th, 1998 when they first released this thing. Among so many other things. So here's just human design, and I've been bringing more human design into this to show you the ridiculousness of how scripted our reality is. And there's the snake. There's the snake being number 16 in numerology, Chaldean, the oldest numerology. The card that's tied to that is the 3 of clubs. It's card number 16. And what card is this? It's the Game Master card. In Alice in Borderland, they highlighted it. Thomas John Ellis, the actor they casted to play Lucifer, he has this as his birth card. It's the snake, the serpent, tied to sex, tied to intimacy, tied to friction, tied to rubbing it. I'm telling you, folks, this is and has been a game changer in the world of sex. So it literally allows more people to get pregnant and to pump more people out onto the world stage. The Game Master, right? And the last slide I'll show you, and I have a upcoming Head of the Snake coming out, Decoded. Well, here are the 2 cards that correlate to Viagra. Viagra, the patent was granted on October 5th, and then they released it onto the world stage on March 27th. Here are the 2 cards, the 4 and the 9, or the 9 and the 4. There are those 2 numbers. And what is this? This is in the string of the golden ratio. How many digits? 16. There's the snake. What's the 15th digit? The 9. So you have the 9 and the 4 in the string of the golden ratio. There it is with the 2 cards tied to Viagra, with the patent got released, and then the release of the actual product itself onto the world stage. And the total addition of all 16 digits, 88. What is 8 plus 8? 16. So you know what this says, folks? Ra is the serpent. And what is Ra? The sun god. If you go look at Ra, you're going to see a big fat sun over its head with a snake over the top of it. I mean, do you think Pfizer was sitting down with the golden ratio and mapping it out on the Gregorian calendar with the cards, because they're fans of the cards and numerology, to get all this in action like this with alchemy? Do you think they were actually consciously aware of 1, 2, 3, 4 layers here to pump this out onto the world stage, including astrology? Including all the hysteria, the hysterical notions of this and this? No. Impossible. We're too busy. We got shit going on in our lives. No, you see, the Game Master, which is tied to Lucifer, which is tied to sex, which is tied to Ra. So this insinuates, strongly gives you the conviction that Lucifer is Ra, which means that Jesus is Ra, which means Jesus and Lucifer are one and the same. And the serpent is tied to the sun, which I've talked about so many times already in other decodes. I've talked about it so much. So what's the head of the snake? Well, there's the 15 and the 16, right? So let me come back on camera. What's the head of the snake? Right there. On your left is the Tower card, the 16th card in the deck, and on your right is the Devil card. The body of the serpent is the Tower. The head of the snake is the Devil. That's why sex is so glorified in this reality. That is why you have these urges. You got to bust one out. You can't help it. Some of you can't help it. Well, that would alleviate the burden of thinking that you have all this guilt on you. How could guilt exist if you live in a scripted reality, as I just showed there? Well, yeah, this says that you have the Tower and the explosion and the all-seeing eye of Ra. That's Ra right there, folks. So now you know it's tied to Lucifer, it's tied to Jesus. So now you know. I mean, there's no more room for like massaging it, and not when you look at this research. It's all a Ponzi scheme. The law won. Well, tied to the Tower, tied to the Devil. That's what keeps people in this reality, is love, man. Don't want to be a human anymore? What does that entail? See, for me, folks, it's this. I just a few days ago, I deleted my Facebook account. I said, bye-bye, I'm out. I'm kind of over that. And it was the 8 of Cups. The 8 is the Taurus field, the prison. 8 is the prison, the infinity symbol that keeps you here. 19 is the 8th prime number. 19 is the sun card. So when you look at it from a spiritual perspective, right? When I go and grab the sun card here, see if I can get that beautiful sun card. It's a really pretty one here for this. When you look at the sun card, it's a really, they did a really nice job with the sun here. Where the hell is it? Give me one sec. There it is. So I love the sun card, right? The sun card. Well, this is the 19th card in the deck. In mathematics, 19 is the 8th prime number. So now you bolt on all these 8s. See, so spirit. And there's strong evidence to say that the sun is the logos, is the boss. Which is Ra, which is Lucifer. Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. Did you watch my short story on Lucy Matrix? Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds. See, when Spirit wants to come down and play this game, it does the 8 of Cups. It comes down. Well, how do you get out of this game? You got to go back the same way you came. And where's the 8s? Middle path. Open up your calculator or your dial pad on your phone, and you're going to see the 147 is the left-hand path, which are the numbers of Lucifer. The 369 are the right-hand path, and then in the middle is the 0, 2, 5, and 8. And that 8 sits at the top. The 8. Your mom asks, is Lucifer the same as Satan? Well, it's definitely connected to that. For sure. Because it's in the moral of the story. But Satan to me is time. The devil is time. What happens over time? You will sin. You will make sinning happen. Time. The words Satan and time are all the same numerology. 14, God is 14. Satan is time. Satanus, which is tied to the blood of Jesus, by the way. That's why you'll never see me eat wafers and pass wine and drink wine and all that craziness. Pat Pips asking about why is your how to decode yourself on private? Because it has a copyright on it and it's just got a ton of commercials, so I moved it. I'm coming out with a course which will replace that anyway, so you'll have to stand by for the course. Stephen says Saturn is Satan. Can be. How is that connected? Well, because Chronos is time. Satan is time. The timekeeper. You only get so much time. So when you're almost out of time, you get pissed off. This is why in theology it says Satan only has a short period of time. Yeah. All those stories fit into the box in the context of this whole reality. Yam Ship of Curses says Lucifer is when you illuminate. Satan is the father of all bad things and decay. Yeah, it can be that, right? I mean, again, it's time. You're born into time. So when Jesus says you're born of, John 8:44, you're born of your father, the devil. You're born of time. You're born into the time machine. That's why machine is 24, Chronos is 24. But of course, Jesus is also 24. Tony says time is the illusion. See, Tony, that is something where I completely disagree with you. I'm going to support that right now. There you go. See that moving? That's time. Right now, I'm measuring time with a stopwatch. How can that be an illusion when I see those digits moving? That's why when people say, what time are you going to meet me for drinks? If time was an illusion, then you would say, well, what are you going to say? What time do you have to go at work? What time are you off of work? What time do you have to pick the kids up? If without time, you wouldn't be doing a lot of the things that you do. So time to me is absolutely not an illusion. It is as real as it gets. Yep, we are above and beyond says we are time travelers traveling through time. Absolutely. You're constantly moving through time. You're constantly traveling through time. So I'm going through your comments. Your mom says, is Jesus named after Zeus? Well, there's a big connection to the two, for sure. There's a big connection to that. Zeus in numerology is a 54 in its original Greek. That reduces down to the number 9. 9's tied to Ra, and Ra is tied to the serpent. Black Suit Spicy says, in Chinese astrology, the snake is the 6th sign. Exactly. And next year, 2025, is the year of the snake. We're moving into a 10 of Swords year. Let me show you the card. I talked about this. Sharon, the great card reader, says when the 9 of Swords shows up, which is this card here for 2024, when this shows up, it's the shit show is going to happen. And I think that she's onto something with that. Absolutely. But that being the climax, but then we move into 2025 and it's this. This is the card for 2025. I mean, this is complete death. This is closure. This is the finalization. In the Hebrew calendar, we're moving into the King of Hearts, which is the death card. 5,785, Rosh Hashanah, October 3rd of this year. From October 3rd of this year, going around the calendar and the Hebrew calendar, we're moving into the King of Hearts, which is the King of Cups, which is card 50. And 50 is the Tin Man. And 50 is tied to Jupiter, but it's the 13th card in the deck, and the 13th major arcana is the death card. So there's a lot of shit that says that it's going to go down, man. This year is a big year. Now, that's not fear-mongering. I'm just merely presenting to you possibilities. You got the Olympics coming up. We already started, right? Remember, the Olympics is the Olympians. And the Olympians are tied to 10 of the 12 zodiac signs. There are only 2 zodiac signs out of the 12 that carry a non-Olympian position. Aquarius, which is ruled by Uranus and Saturn's a Titan, Uranus is a primordial. And then you have then you have Capricorn, which is Kronos, and that's a Titan. A Titan. You know, when you look at this card right here, which I've talked about so much, it's tied to blockchain. See the chain on the block? This is where we're headed. I decoded blockchain technology, blockchain. It's right there on the devil card. There's the chain in the block. You can't miss it. Remember, this is the head of the snake right here. The head of Ra, the head of Jesus, the head of Lucifer. Tied to the sun. Tied to the zodiac wheel. The devil is your desires. What do you desire in life? That's your lust. Lust is just a fancy word for desire. That's all it is. Lust is going to be linked to love making, whereas desire will be linked towards, I want to go create a business. I want to open up this. I want to go do that. That's this lust and desire are the same thing. And both of them equal the number 16, which is tied to the snake. This right here is the body of the snake, and this is the card of lust and desire. This is ejaculation, folks. That's busting one out at its finest. This card right here, you get a lot of tarot readers that will say and regurgitate, oh, there it is. Oh, Capricorn. Well, I'm the guy to tell you this is not a Capricorn card. I will tell you that emphatically that this is not a Capricorn card. This is the card of Taurus and Aries. This is the card of Aries / Taurus. Why do I say that? Well, who rules Aries and Taurus? Mars and Venus. What are these 2 planetary placements involved with? Humping. Sex. Mars is testosterone. Venus is estrogen. The 2 components in the body that give you your sex drive, in a sense. That's devil. The 15th card in the tarot sits in the house of Aries in the tropical system, and Taurus in the tropical system, and Aries in the sidereal. This is a Mars and Venus energy. This is not, in my opinion, this is not a Capricorn card at all. And of course you say, well, where's the devil horn? Aries has got the devil horns, as does Taurus. Taurus across from Taurus? What's across from Taurus? Scorpio. Scorpios, it's a sign known for sex. Ruled by Pluto, Mars. So to me, this is a Taurian card along with Aries. If you want to get into Capricorn, you're going to pull out the Wheel of Fortune or the Justice card. Those are the 2 cards that will sit in the house of Capricorn. Why do you have justice in the sign of Capricorn? Because Capricorn and sidereal in the current astrological chart right now on March 21st, which is the rising of springtime, March 21st being the spring equinox, the zodiac wheel will be sitting at 7 degrees Pisces. The sun will be in 7 degrees Pisces. It is not in Aries on the spring equinox. It used to be, but not now. So your Piscean energy in the springtime is all being wrapped around Poseidon and Zeus right now. And your fall equinox is not in Libra, it's in Virgo. And you can go fact check this yourself. Go pull up an astrological chart, go open multiple ones. Sidereal, not tropical. Tropical is not the accurate map of the stars. Not for a long shot. That's based on seasons, and that's very vast and wide. But if you want to get to the nitty-gritty of it, you got to use, stellarium and a good sidereal astrology chart. But Saturn, being the ruler of the 10th house, which is your career, right? Typically known as the house of career. Well, that has, in the tropical, it's going to have the Wheel of Fortune. That's tied to your career, right? Kind of a no-brainer. But then if you move it into the current placements of the zodiac right now with 7 degrees of Piscean energy on the springtime equinox, Christmas time, ladies and gentlemen, is not in Capricorn. December 25th is in Sagittarius. It can't be in 2 places at one time. So Kronos has the Wheel of Fortune and it has the Justice card. Now, I can't find either damn card. So hang on a second. I want to talk about this because this is going to be relevant to all of you because you have Capricorn. You're all 12 signs, right? Page. What the hell is it? Give me 1 second. I'm not used to this deck. There's the Wheel of Fortune. So this is your classic 10th house Wheel of Fortune card. And this card currently right now, because of the rising at March 21st in the sign of Pisces, this sits in the sign of Sagittarius. Sagittarius gets the World card right now. Well, of course, you date it to maybe 2,000 years ago, this would be sitting in the sign of Capricorn. And it would be the Wheel of Time, right? This is, you get Saturn and time. But then you also get the Justice card. If you move it away from that, you would have the Justice card. And folks, when you look at Kronos is the judge of time. I can't even find the card. I'm using these. Let me grab I'm not used to these cards, so. Kronos is Father Time, and Kronos is the judge. This is why if you've ever had the luxury of going to court, if you've ever been to that shit show, right? When that judge walks out, male or female, wearing the black robe, that's Kronos. Well, there's the judge. So if you go to the old system, this would be sitting in the 11th house. People say, oh, the 11th house is Aquarius. Yeah. But the 11th house is also Capricorn. And what represents justice better, in a sense? Kronos? I mean, Kronos operates Aquarius anyway, half ownership, but I really feel like Uranus is the sole owner of Aquarius. The age of Aquarius, which is what we've seemingly moved into, is an age of no rules, no limits, outlaw, rebel. Because that's what Uranus is. Uranus is a primordial. Primordial is not fitting into the context of the Olympian or the Titan. Matter of fact, Uranus doesn't even fit into the archons. Am I saying that it's not an archon? No, but it doesn't fit into the classical context of archons. The last archon is Yaldabaoth, which is Kronos. And the thing is that you get a mixture of the Titans and Olympians in the Gnostic tradition. You have the Titan of Kronos at the top, and you have Jupiter, or the Yao, or the Yod in the Zeus position, which is tied to the house of Abraxas. I got that coming out. I am Alpha and Omega. I got that coming out on Patreon. Big one. Highlighting the Yao, which is the Yod, connected to the Yod. So, someone's asking about the charts. Let me show you how to do that. If you want the graphics for what I use, if you want like these graphics, like the tarot spread, and I have the days of the year and the birth cards for the cards of illumination and a few other ones. If you want these graphics, normally you'd email me those. But now what I did was I went and I put them on my website. Let me see how slow this is. I don't know why this is being so damn slow. If you go to my website and you click on the resources tab right here. I don't know why this is so slow right now. But if you click on the resources tab, I'll let it load up and I'll come back to it. You'll be taken to a page where it'll just simply tell you come down. You can click on the little, click to download it. It'll give you a zip file. And wow, it's really slow. I don't know why. Maybe because I have a million tabs open. That could be the reason why. But you can go and you download the zip file and it'll have all the graphics in there for you. So you don't have to email me. I get so many emails and sometimes they just slip through the cracks. Jade's asking, what do you think about Robert Grant's talking about one or two extra zodiac signs? Well, I mean, I consider the Ophiuchus being the 13th sign, absolutely, but there's very limited information on what it means. It fits in the house of Scorpio, really. I'll take you there and show you what I mean by that. My website is super slow. I don't know why it's so slow. I can't even get it to pull up. Oh, maybe that's why. Let me just log out. Give me 1 sec, folks. I'll show you what I'm talking about. Okay. So let me go back here. If you want the graphics, you go to my website, you click on this resources tab. Let me just get my cursor out so you can see what I'm talking about. So you click on the resources tab right here. And you come down here and you just click on this right here and it will download a zip file for you, which contains all the graphics for you. I made it really simple, okay? But go into the Stellarium app, which I feel like if you're going to observe someone's chart, this is a must to include. So we're gonna add the ecliptic line, and we're gonna go down here, and we're gonna move it into the constellations. Let's get rid of this atmosphere and deep sky objects. This is what the base looks like, and like this is the current map of the stars right now. You can see that the sun is in Cancer. Now, if you're somebody who follows tropical, how the hell is the sun in Gemini? It's not there. It's not there. Right? It can't be in two places at one time. Sometimes it can be in between two signs, for sure. But when you look at Ophiuchus, which is right here, right? Ophiuchus is right here. You'll see that the foot overlaps the ecliptic right here. Like this is going to be a star 5-1 Ophiuchi, right? It will overlap this constellation. And this is why Ophiuchus is considered the 13th sign. But you can see that it sits in the sign of Scorpio. Like it's not even its own position. So when you look at, and I use like for the astrological charts, I use Mastering the Zodiac, pretty much this website right here, because it gives you the positions based upon the sizes of the zodiac signs. You can see that like some of these signs are not 30 degrees. Like Aquarius is much bigger than Capricorn. This is not 30-30. This is not an even split, right? It's just not an even split, especially with Pisces being one of the biggest signs and Aries being one of the smallest. Like these are the numbers for these. When you measure these, Aries is tiny, right? So we can't have a 30-degree system for the constellations. For the house systems, yes. That still has merit to it. But for the actual constellations, to measure it in 30 degrees, I fought this tooth and nail. Like and it wasn't I was fighting it. I just was invested in the zodiac, in the sidereal, the classic sidereal position, and I like this system right here. I didn't want to move away from that. Because I was still following this stuff. And you see, these zodiac signs are not 30 degrees perfect when you look at the stars. So we can't really take this exactly what it's showing up. But the nakshatras, these have their say in it, and you got to know how to read those for added information. Which I showed this in the Viagra Decoded. How crazy it was. Right? But once you know how to read this, you'll have a better understanding of astrology and you'll be able to get the true map of your personality from this right here. So the Ophiuchus, definitely yes. And clearly, these are supposed to move over the ecliptic. So you have Pisces, but you can see that Aries, the main stars of Aries don't sit on the ecliptic. The feet run over here, but this is one that's way off the zodiac sign, the ecliptic. See, Aquarius moves over, Capricorn moves over, Sagittarius moves over. Ophiuchus just has that one foot that moves over it. Scorpio has the claw. Libras go right over the top of it. Virgo, the largest zodiac light. That's what I'm saying. It's like how you can't fit this in a 30-degree span. So it changes a lot of things when you read. Leo being another big one, Cancer being another small one. Right? Okay. Chad is wondering why Pisces is always the last in the astrology alignment. Well, it's not the last anymore. Aquarius is now the last. Aquarius is the last zodiac sign. If you're following the equinoxes, right? The equinoxes and the solstices, which form the cross or the T. This is where tropical comes into play, right? Because tropical is based on the seasons. The sun is so bright and it's so vast and it moves out and it can encompass two signs at one time. But Pisces is the 12th sign in the old system, but now the equinox on March 21st, the sun is in, let me just show all of you this. If I come down here and let's go to the spring equinox, right? We're going to go to March 21st. Right? Where's the sun? Well, here's Aries over here. Do you see the sun anywhere near Aries? It's not even close. It's around 7 degrees. It'll be 7 degrees on an astrological chart like this. It'll be about 7 degrees. It'll measure about 7 degrees. Springtime. Right? You have to move. Watch this sun to get it into Aries. Watch how many days I got to go. Keep going and going. Still not there. Still not there. Still not there. Right about there. The 19th of April is when the sun may be eclipsing into that Aries position. You're going to go a whole month before you get into Aries season now. And it's the same with the December, right? The solstice. December 21st. Where's the sun? Well, here's Capricorn. Way the hell over here? Well, here's the sun in Sagittarius. So when you partake in Christmas, well, you're now Sagittarius is getting the energy of that, which is Zeus. Zeus is the ruler of that. So when you look at astrology and it's Christmas time and you're looking at transit positions, who rules Sag? Zeus. So all you got to do is just come up here and click in Jupiter. And you look and see, and Jupiter's in Taurus. So now Taurus is influencing Sagittarius on Christmas time. And then if you go to the fall, if I go back to the fall, around 9:22, where's the sun? Virgo. You see it anywhere near Libra, way the hell down here? No. So when somebody says the sun's in Libra on the fall equinox, that would be wrong. It can't be in two places at one time. It's the same with the moon. You get these people with the moon positions. If you look at somebody and you should always reference this and then go look for yourself. Go during the night sky, take a picture of the moon and find out what a constellation it's in when there's a full moon and compare that to what people are saying online. The majority of people are using tropical astrology for their moon positions, which is not an accurate depiction of where the moon is. It's just not. The reason why there'll be some layers to this of why the accuracy of the moon being in these zodiac signs is because you have all 12 signs, and all 12 signs, it's a complete system. It is not just like the moon's in Taurus and that's it. No, you have Aries as well. You have Sagittarius. The moon's the ruler of Cancer. What's in Cancer right now during the time that the full moon is in whatever? So you got to cross-reference. It's really easy when you know the Lord and Lordesses of the houses and you get to look at those and you cross-reference. It gets really simple. But is there 14 signs? Well, there's not really. Not that go over the ecliptic. 13, yes. 14, not with the ecliptic. No. Robert Grant says the 14th sign comes in for 1 week in March. I don't see that happening. I don't know. I'd have to watch his video and see what he's talking about, though. Maybe he's talking about something else. Because you have Cetus the whale, which has been noted as the 14th sign, but Cetus the whale doesn't go over the ecliptic, so it's not considered part of the 12 or 13 with Ophiuchus. Happy Hippies is asking, have I done a decode for the TV show Lost? I have not. No, I haven't done that. What's up, Bobby? FOMO Hot. That's an interesting star. There's not much to go on with that, though. That's the only thing. There's not a lot of information based on that star. It's not like you're going to get any information deeper than you like Aldebaran or Betelgeuse or, any of the big ones that are known beyond the ecliptic. Like Fomalhaut being below Aquarius. I mean, that is like the eye of the fish that he's stepping on. But then you have the sculptor below that. You know, there's so many, you get the Phoenix there. I mean, there's so many different zodiac signs. I mean, there's 88 in Ptolemy's book. 88 keys on a piano, 88 constellations in Ptolemy's book. 88 is Ra, radium. Santa says, my birthday's on March 21st. I was always told I'm an Aries. Yeah, well, again, you do the research. Your sun, you're all 12 signs, but your sun is in Pisces. You're a Pisces sun, not Aries. The SS cryptocurrency says it's because of how many tabs you have open. Well, actually, no, it was because I was logged into my back end of my WordPress site and it was just bogged down. So when I logged out, it loaded it up. I got a pretty fast computer. I have a Mac Mini. I have a pretty fast Mac, so. Rain Vester says I look like Lewis on Meet the Robinsons. I don't even know what show that is. Let me see if I can give you all a sneak peek of. See if I even have it available. Okay, here we go. Let me take out a little tour of 9/11. The astrological and all the layers that I bring into this. Okay. So I got a lot going on here. So you're like, whoa. Yeah. That's how deep you can go with this stuff. So I'll cover some stuff here. And I'm using Mastering the Zodiac, which, you know, when you zoom in on this right here, folks, see this chart, you could see that the zodiac signs are not just 30-degree increments. They are geared around the sizes. See how big Virgo is? How small Libra is? And when I created this, I made this even bigger. I made Scorpio and I made Ophiuchus a little smaller. They give it more room, but Scorpio is about the same size as Libra. Right, so this is what the celestial map looked like during 9/11. And there's obviously so many layers to all this, right? Well, this is a no-brainer when you consider the nakshatra for the 9/11 event. And Ardra is destruction. Okay? And where is Ardra? Right here. And it's really fascinating because Sirius, in the true map of the stars, sits in the sign of Gemini. Okay? Sirius does. Are you serious? Dead serious. Okay? And what you see here is you have Zeus right here at the top of the midheaven position in the sign of Gemini, and there's the towers. So when you consider that Zeus is normally a beneficial planet, well, not really. Not in this case. It's malefic. And Jupiter is the striped planet, so I got the tiger there. And the tiger in Chinese is the third zodiac sign, and there it is. It sits right in Gemini. And the tiger, and so you have the tiger of Zeus right here during the tower takedown. And I have the number 16 here because it's going to filter into the number 16. Because if you go all the way around the zodiac wheel and you start back over at square one, you start back here, 14, Aries, 14, 15, and then 16. And 16 is tied to the serpent, if you remember. But the other big takeaway here was Rahu. And Rahu is the north node of the moon, and Rahu is the demon, right? The ultimate desire. And it's sitting in that sign of Ardra, the Nakshatra Ardra, to remove and take down those towers. And the moon was there as well. And the moon, and these are all in the ninth zodiacs, the ninth house. So you have Zeus in its own house, in its default house. It's at home here. What does it feel like when you're home, right? When you're at home, you come home from a long vacation. This is what it feels like when these celestials are in their own defaulted houses, and you have Rahu here, the ultimate desire, and the moon here. They're all here, the moon, right? And this is the way you feel about the situation. The moon is the honeymoon. How did you feel about the situation when you watched it? How did it make you feel? What kind of emotions did you give off? Like back then, I was completely asleep. So I was blown away. I was mad. All the emotions. Well, if that were to happen today, I wouldn't get that way at all. Not that I wouldn't have compassion, but I know it's a movie. This reality is entertainment. We're a movie to whatever's watching us. So when you watch a movie, why are you getting emotionally involved with the characters in the movie? They're not even real. They're acting. Well, that's what we're doing here. That's why this reality, all these things happen in this reality. It happened during the year of the snake. The year of the snake, and that's 2025, by the way. And the snake I have over here, and the sun was in the 12th zodiac sign during this event, in the sign of Leo. It was in its own sign. So the sun in its own sign, and the position of the snake was right here in the 12th house, because you have Virgo here, and Virgo being the 6th sign, and the snake in Chinese is the 6th sign. And there's Mercury, the messenger. Mercury having the devil horns. I didn't mention Kronos here. You have Kronos right on the border of the 8th and 9th house. You could say it was in the 9th house with the moon, with Rahu, and his son Zeus. And the tiger. You know, the tiger, ladies and gentlemen. The tiger down here as well. Why? Because we come down to the 3rd house during this event. The 3rd house is ruled by the tiger in Chinese, which is tied to Zeus. And Gemini is the ruler of this, which is a Mercurial-ruled house. So we come back up here, and where's Mercury? In the snake. Because Virgo is tied to the snake in Chinese. Mercury rules the 3rd house. What's occupying the 3rd house? The wound of Chiron. You have Ophiuchus, the serpent bearer, here as well. The wound of Chiron in Ophiuchus during this event. The 13th sign, the hidden sign. The wound of Chiron in the 3rd house, which is ruled by Mercury, and Mercury's in the house of the snake. See how intricate this is? And you have Pluto, Hades, in the 2nd zodiac sign, which is ruled by Venus, Aphrodite. This is a team effort, by the way. This is not just one placement. This is a whole team effort. The whole thing is playing, it's got its pull on all the strings here. So you have Pluto here in the 2nd house that's ruled by Venus, and the 2nd house is up here, and Pluto is directly across, having a symbiotic relationship with Kronos, the timekeeper. Time to take down. It's time to take it down. Scorpio being ruled by Pluto. So Pluto is in its own domicile house. So you have Pluto in its own domicile house. You have the sun in its own domicile house. And you have Zeus in its own domicile house. Mars across the way from the moon. Mars is the god of war, to take those towers down right across from Gemini. And you have K2, the south node of the moon. And they're in Sagittarius. And what rules Sagittarius? Zeus. And Zeus is in the 9th house in its domicile house. And it's in the 3rd zodiac sign. And the 3rd zodiac sign in Chinese is the tiger. The striped animal, which is tied to Zeus. See how intricate this is? I mean, I got math here. I have so much. I have so much. The card for 2001 was the 2 of spades. It's got a big fat 2 on it, right? So where can we synchronize the 2? Right here. What's in the 2nd house? Pluto, the god of destruction. That's in the Gregorian. Never mind if we take it into the Hebrew calendar, it's the Queen of Clubs. And we could place that here. The September 11th card was the King of Clubs. The King of Clubs sits right in the middle of this whole thing, harvesting all the energy. There's so much to this, folks. I have so much to this. Right? That's just for starters. I'm going to get way much more intricate when I do the complete breakdown of that. But now you have the eyes to see how intricate this is. It's not like just some small little, oh, is this? And no, well, it's a team effort. And this is the beast above having its say in this reality. It's like the Death Star. That's why, I'm a fan of astrology, but I realize it's the great beast. So it's like, well, what do you do? Be aware of your code. Don't be so reactive. You get reactive to this reality, and you're feeding this reality. It's harvesting your emotions. So there's people say, well, how do you get out of this reality? Stop being so reactive. It's more like being meh, which is boring. Nobody wants to do the meh, because then you would forego being a human being. But that's what keeps you in this physical reality, is being happy, sad, angry, all the feelings. Emotions is what keeps, especially love. I'm telling you, it's the trap in this reality. You're in a movie. It's not even real. This is not even a real reality. It's a freaking movie, man. That whole thing that happened on September 11th, complete movie. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, at that event happening, we know that Bush was in the school in Florida, and the kids were saying, kite hit steel, plane must, all these words. You break all that down, folks. What do you think the kite is? It's tied to the Maltese cross, which is the bullseye. I got a decode coming out on the Maltese cross. Wait till I show you what that looks like. Wow. It'll blow your mind what that's tied to. Blow your mind what the Maltese cross is tied to. So when people say, oh, they're doing it. No, they're being used to do it. They have a different position than you. Sure, maybe it's a higher position than what you would call it. They got a higher position than you? Yeah, okay, fine. There's always somebody that's got a higher position. But those people don't get hall passes. They're like, oh, I'm an exception to... No, you're not. It's a game. It's so silly. I watch a lot of crime and drama because I get a lot of energy towards that stuff. I learned so much by watching I'm rewatching Billions. You know that show Billions, right? Why am I watching it again? Well, it's a great show, but I'm watching it to see how this reality is constructed. And it's the court system is a joke. It's like, oh, why don't you just take a plea deal? Oh, so if I take a deal, I pay a fine, I get off though. I give you my money and I don't get prison time. Whereas the person that doesn't have money, they're going to get prison time. What a freaking joke. It's a joke. It's absurd. I'm going to take a deal. I'm going to rat somebody out, take a deal. It's a freaking joke. The whole court system. And if you get a really good attorney, they get you off on anything. If you pay him enough money. It's a game, folks. It's a freaking game. That's why you got to go get your bar. You got to go to the bar. You got to get your degree. You got to get a license to practice law. That's a game. The court system is a game. It's a joke, man, if you ask me. I think it's amazing, though. Like, I learned so much from it. Like, I'm enamored by court and law and all that stuff, but I don't want to play it. Once you go in front of the court, you're playing. Now you're under the guise of playing. It's just so much. Whoever's got the most money or the most power wins. Survival of the fittest. That's the truth in it, folks. No, I'm not taking the gummy right now. Actually, I have like a little headache, and this will make it worse. So I need to like mentally prepare for that. That'll be next. I'll probably do it next time. And I'll let all of you know. I'll probably just do, what's your question? Cannabis. Cannabis edition. The cannabis edition. Any more thoughts on crypto? Yeah, I collect it. That's what I do. People say, what do you do? I just collect it. I'm okay if it goes belly up, and I'm not attached, man. I'm a minimalist. But I told all of you, go watch my blockchain. The blockchain Decoded. The blockchain is the devil card. That's the snake's head. So if the game master's the serpent, which obviously is Ra, which is tied to Lucifer and Jesus and the Yod and the Archons, and it's a big Ponzi scheme. So like if it moves into crypto, which, I mean, you're talking about the sun maybe going out, the sun being blackened, and the sun may being the devil, right? Think about this. If the sun's the devil, which I've postulated, and it goes out, that means it goes down, it goes into the underworld, it goes into the abyss. There's your devil going into the abyss. What crypto do I like? I couldn't give you an answer. I collect it. So I have several. If it takes off, like I have, it's kind of funny because I have one of my best friends has a ton of crypto. Enough to where he's already told me, I got you covered. Right? So I don't even need to have any really. And I'm not doing that to, like, it's not like a codependency kind of thing, but like, it's just one of those friend things. Like if I had a ton, I would share it. That's what I do. I share. When I got finances, I share, man. I'm not stingy. I share. I think that if you really looked at reality, your reality, and you took a look at your life, what would you do if you never had to worry about making money again or earning money? What would you do with your reality? It would be a game changer. What would you do? I know what I would do, but what would you do if you didn't have to go rush off to work to pay the bills and earn your money? What would you do with your time? That's the objective with crypto. And if it takes off where it's supposed to take off, if this is the route we're going, which seemingly it looks like that, maybe that's a timeline that the world's going to shift into is crypto. And maybe those that don't want to be in that timeline anymore, we'll get shifted out of it. Maybe we're creating our own fractals. I don't know. I can't verify any of that stuff. Just theoretical positions. But if it takes off where people say it's going to take off, there will be the wealthiest people in the world that's the world's ever seen with crypto. For sure. And then you wake up and you have an unlimited supply of money. What are you going to do? What are you going to do with it? Are you going to hoard it? Are you going to be in scarcity mode like you were for your whole life and now you're not in scarcity mode anymore? Or are you going to share? Are you going to go do this or go? What are you going to do with it? Like I said, I mean, people ask like, what are you going to, I know what I'm going to do, but what I'm going to do is irrelevant to what you're going to do. What are you going to do if you have it? Jay Smith's asking about what are my thoughts on aliens? Well, I've covered Area 51. I've covered cloning. Go check those out. Let's talk about cloning. I did a live on that, and I did a decode on Area 51. There is merit to that story. With Moscovium and I broke it all down in the Area 51. You know, Bob Lazar, I can do this on the fly. Bob Lazar, in his documentary talks a lot about being at Area 51, and this is what's used to move UFOs, Moscovium. And it's just, is it a coincidence that, and he's at Area 51, right? So Area 51, what is the latitude, longitude of Area 51? 115 west. Huh. So he says that Moscovium is what moves UFOs, and that has 115 protons, and Area 51 has a longitude of 115, which is running east to west. Coincidence? No way. There's something to that. This is called Paradise Ranch. This is called Groom Lake. What do they got underground? It's not just here. But I covered all this. So what is my take on it? Well, I'm a skeptic. I'd have to see it. It's been hyped up for so long and hidden for so long that people are just waiting for the drop of an opportunity to say, see, I told you so. Notice that it's near Rachel. Ra. You see that? Ra, which is the serpent. When you see Ra now, you'll know it's the serpent. Why do I say that? Ra, Egypt. Because Ra has got the serpent on its head. The head of the snake. Ra. This is in Rachel, Nevada. Ra. The snake people. Right? There is some merit to this. And Jason and I from Bashir's from our case, we talked about, let's talk about underground aliens. Him and I postulated it. We both think that there's something under the ground. Absolutely. Been there for a long time. Maybe running the show under the ground. Ra. This is not an accident. This is the nearest city. It's got the word Ra right in it. You can't miss it. These are all clues. And the longitude of 115 matching that of Moscovium. And this is what Bob Lazar said moves UFOs. Come on. I mean, are you kidding me? No. And when you know where this sits, it sits in this tier right here, which is going to use the 101, which is Mendeleev, who created the periodic table, and the 69th element, which is the yin-yang. These two are going to sit right here in this row. This is going to move over. Right here. This row. And it's all the way down to nitrogen. And there's, nitrogen has the numbers of Lucifer here, which is tied to the serpent, the 1, the 4, and the 7, according to the Manly P. Hall. So this nitrogen sits in this row. It's got phosphorus right there, tied to Lucifer. It's got the 33 in arsenic, which is poisonous. It's got the all-seeing eye of Ra, Osiris right here. The 51 is the pyramid. It's got the snake right there in bismuth. You can't miss it. Look at the damn icon for bismuth. I mean, seriously. Look at that thing. That's 2 serpents right there. I got this on the head of the snake coming out. Wait till I show you this decode. It'll blow your mind. So that's my long answer on the Area 51 and the aliens. I think that I think definitely there's something under the ground, but I'm very leery about anything coming from the sky because of the technology. Like if I can't shake hands, if I can't sit down and have a cup of coffee or have a conversation with what would be considered an alien, well, you're dealing with a doubting Thomas here. I need some substance. But I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I think they're underground though. Johan says, do you invest in stocks? No. That's to me, and my opinion is empty and meaningless. It's a time bomb. But my opinion, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm telling you, like bismuth is the 83 protons, bismuth. It's got the serpent right there. 83 is tied to Jesus and Lucifer. That whole story. Yeshua's 8 in Hebrew Gematria. Lucifer is 3 in Hebrew Gematria. 83. It's tied to bismuth. It's tied to the serpent. Tied to Genesis 3 verses 1 where the serpent first came on the scene. You realize that, ladies and gentlemen, that let me just show this to you. So you can see, I'm telling you, this is all connected. But let me just show you this. Right here is the first time, the first scripture where the serpent comes on the scene. Right here, the serpent. The first scripture, Genesis 3 verses 1. There's the 31. Right? The 31. Keep that 31 in mind, right? 31, 3 verses 1. So what is 3? Pi. 3.14. What is 1? Phi. 1.61. Those are the 2 big mathematical equations that are part of the source code. But then when you take the 3 verses 1 and you bring the numbers together, you get 31. 31 is tied to the very first scripture in Genesis in the Torah, which is bear shit, the comedy, where the serpent is first mentioned. The word serpent in Hebrew, nuash, is 16. In Hebrew numerology, 16. Same as serpent in Chaldean. Well, th card, tied to Ruach in Hebrew, which is the word for serpent. Well, what do you see right there? What is that tower? The serpent body. This is the 16th card in the deck. What's 16 minus 31? The first time they mentioned the serpent in Genesis 3 verses 1, the 31. What's 16 minus 31? 15. And there's the devil card. So you literally have these 2 cards combining again to convert into and synchronize with Genesis 3 verses 1, which is the 31, the first time the serpent's mentioned in the Torah. Right there. And these 2 cards are tied to the head of the snake. Now you tell me, how can I just simply do this conversion with these tools that are supposedly from the devil? A lot of churchgoers, oh, don't use those. Those are from the devil. What do you think your book is? Dude? What do you think your book is? I mean, the word Bible is 13 in numerology. Same as the word Alice. Alice in Wonderland. How can a simple story, famous story, be tied to the Bible? What is Alice? What is Alice? Al. What is Al? Aluminium, which is the 13th element, which means a luminary body. That's why Alice has yellow hair, tied to the sun. The Bible is the book of the sun. That's why Christianity does their Passover and all their funky stuff. When the sun goes down and the moon isn't the first full moon and this, whatever it's got to be, it's always the sun and the moon. And what are the sun and the moon? What do? They create the 88 in the sky, the Annalima. What's the 88? Ra. So, to me, if you want to continue doing your customs and passing this and chewing on wafers and drinking this in the goblets and thinking that you're going to get saved, well, go have at it. Those rituals, to me, are going to guarantee your reincarnation. That's my opinion. I mean, there's even in when Moses is holding up the staff of the serpent, and he's telling the people that it will heal you in a sense, right? Just look at the serpent. Well, which is it, dude? And when's the last time you went to the zoo and you had a snake talk to you? Please, somebody tell me here that you've gone to the zoo and you've personally had a snake talk to you. When has that ever happened in the history of mankind? Never. I've been to the zoo, man. I try to tell the snake, man, just, hey, say something, will you? Never. So it's only happened one time in a book. Never again has it ever happened. Just once. This whole religion's crap, man. Oh, yeah, let's follow Mormonism. Yeah, where's your gold tablets, Joseph? Can't find your gold tablets, your prized gold tablets that you went on the hill and dug up. You can't find them anymore. They're lost. Yeah, maybe you need to go have a conversation with NASA because they lost the instructions on to get to the moon. Maybe you'll find it with those people. This is the shit show we're dealing with in this world stage, and people want to attach themselves to this stuff. Ridiculous. God. How much more information do you need to be as a sensible, logical human being to know that this self-contained system is all a Ponzi scheme, and all of the religions and all of the churches and all of the pastors, they're all doing their jobs and they are marketing to you. That's it. Don't want to, hey, I don't want to buy your shit. Like, how about the times you go to the mall? You go into the mall, you're walking down the mall, right? If you ever been to those are like things of the past. But you're walking down the middle of the mall and you have these people trying to sell you. Oh, buy this rubbing lotion and put you. It's like, dude, I don't want to buy your freaking lotion, man. That's what I feel about the marketing that goes on. It's everybody wants you to buy shit. YouTube is, make sure you hit that like and subscribe button. Marketing. If it's not that, it's going to be, oh, make sure you send some money in for God. Or make sure you come for the Passover. Make sure it's on when the sun goes down, that's when we have to do it. But we're not doing anything pagan, I promise. But the sun has to be in a certain position, though. Yeah. So dumb. This whole thing is dumb. That's why I am a minimalist and I am a nihilist. My own definition of nihilism, by the way, it's not the typical, my nihilism is just deleting the beliefs, the adoptions of this reality. If you're in this self-contained system, everything in this self-contained system is owned by the same boss. It's a machine, man. It's a beautiful machine, though. Just like, leave me the hell alone, man. I don't need to buy your shit, dude. Like, it's just like, I don't need to debate and argue with you. Just, if you feel good about that, then go, maybe you need to go to the mall and go take them up on that nice lotion that you can rub on your body. I'll go try some of that. I'm telling you, this reality is a harvesting system, and I'm not saying that's bad. So you want to be very clear. This reality needs more people. This is why you have it in the Bible, be fruitful, be multiplied. Go screw your sister. Make some babies. The whole Old Testament, have you ever gone and looked at the lineage of the two first human beings? 25 kids and not one is a female. They're all males. What's wrong with this picture? And then people say, because it's patriarchal. Who gives a shit what it is? There's no females in the whole damn 25 kids. I mean, come on. What are the odds that they're just all males? It's so silly, and we buy into this nonsense. We bought into it, folks. Maybe because you were a little bit ignorant. Ignorance meaning that you didn't know. We're all ignorant. Like, I thought there was a real guy named Jonah who got swallowed by a fish growing up as a kid. In the JW organization, there's a book called My Book of Bible Stories. And I remember it was a gold book, gold, with red light lettering. And there was nice, beautiful pictures in there. And they had me believe that a real guy got swallowed by a fish and lived in its belly for 3 days and 3 nights. And there was a real snake that talked to the first human beings. The closest to perfection that you can get didn't even have the ability to make the right choice. And there was no distractions. In the garden, there was no distractions. And you couldn't even figure that out. And let alone you had 25 kids and not one was a female. What is wrong with this picture? What's wrong with this world? These stories. Whew, man, I'm telling you. I mean, if you want to have a relationship with whatever you think God is, great. I think that's I do. Like, I don't even like using that word because it's been butchered. And it's so vanilla. I mean, I've been talking to myself for as long as I can remember. Like you would think I was somebody who's crazy. Full-blown conversation. And then sometimes I'm like, what am I doing? No one is around. I'm just done a full-blown conversation. Why? Now I know. I've been talking to the voice in my head. It's been talking to me. What is that? You would say it would be the Creator. How could it be any different? So when I'm being told a certain thing, and then somebody says, oh, you're not doing my way, so you don't have it right. Well, what am I supposed to do? Start listening to your imaginary friend and not mine? I'm supposed to put mine in check and throw it in the corner and listen to your imaginary friend. Oh, I see. I get it. Yours is superior to my imaginary friend. So that's what I should do. So dumb. Telling you. Yeah, and I got to indoctrinate. Going in. It's all in. Let me sell you something. Let me sell you. Buy this, buy that. Buy this. Buy some of what I got. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe my video. It's free. Doesn't cost anything. Make sure you hit that like button. Marketing. 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 Come to my retreat. Make sure you hit that like, share, and subscribe button. Though you can come to my retreat, do a little ceremony so we can, have some enlightenment happen. But make sure you hit that like, share, and subscribe button here in the Matrix. But we'll do this ceremony and we can get enlightened. But you got to just please subscribe and share my videos. Yeah, okay, sure. Which is it, dude? Gah. Silly. Woo, I'm telling you. Oh, man. What is going on with this world, man? Seriously, I'm just fed up with it. I should have took, wait till I do this, Gummy. You think this is loud and crazy? Shit. Pamela says, hit the like button for enlightenment. Y'all. Let's get that southern y'all. I want you to dig deep down into your pocketbooks for God. So dumb. I'm telling you, the way this reality gets here, it's so slick too, this reality, man, right? It's just, it will be justified by, well, we're doing this. And we're out knocking on doors. Because this good news of the kingdom must be preached. So that's what we're doing. I'm just being fun here. Maybe a stand-up comedian is what I want to do next. Just, where are our brains? Where were our brains when this stuff happened? That's what I think to myself. Where the hell was I? What planet was I on back then? You look at the moon landing, that piece of shit that they flew to the moon. How did that thing even land? It looked like a bunch of Cracker Jack boxes taped together with freaking gold foil wrapped around it with some cheap ass legs. It's just, we bought into all this stuff. Well, that stuff's all going bye-bye now. The whole thing, the construct is the construct is calling for a new construct. So you gotta take into consideration, ladies and gentlemen, if we talk about NASA, right, the National Ergonomic Space Administration, that equals 138 in numerology, which is tied to the 56, which is tied to lights, camera, action. See, that organization is designed to harvest energy in your imagination based upon what they portray out onto the world stage. And do you think everything they post out there is all bullshit? Well, I don't think so. I think there has to be some things mixed in there that's non-BS, right? But the point is what is its position? Its position is just like a church. There's no difference. But people get so mad at an organization because, they did this and they did that. They didn't do anything. They just gave you a story and you believed it. See, that's why I'm telling you folks, if you want to exit this matrix, stop watching the damn matrix. And if you're going to analyze it and decode it, and you're going to take a look at it, realize what you're working on is a movie. People don't, if you think people have choices in this reality, the way, like there's so many decodes. Serial killers, I'm fascinated by serial killers. Fascinated by them. I've always been fascinated. I can sit there for hours reading about, I'm about ready to decode the Green River Killer. You know who that guy is, right? Second worst in the United States. Gary, right? From Washington State. The Green River Killer. Admitted to 49 killings. I looked at his astrological map. It says it right there in his astrological map. The guy didn't have a choice. Ted Bundy didn't have a choice. That's why if you don't like what you see on the world stage being marketed to you, shut it off. Like I just told all of you earlier, 3 days ago, bye-bye Facebook. I just was bored with it. Like I'd go on there to post it. I mean, I was just using it to post to get people to come over. I was marketing, just like, but I just got bored with it. It's like you go on there and you're just reading this marketing of just bullshit crap. It was mainly just complete nonsense. So I deleted it. I axed it. I did the tower. I just pulled the tower. I just axed it. Yeah, so you just exchange it for the other. So Jada says, I haven't been on social media forever, but I do love YouTube. Well, YouTube is a social media platform. So you're on social media. You just exchange it for another. So I deleted my Facebook. Now my attention that I would spend on Facebook, which was very minimal at best, now that time is going to be spilled over into something else. Let me see if I can find my Joel Osteen Decoded. Let me see, and I'll just show you another astrological chart. If I can find it. Here it is. So let's take a look at Osteen, right? And this is going to be loosely based because, actually, let me just get hold on one sec. I don't know what time he was. Hold on one sec, folks. Let me just get this Joel Osteen up here. I don't think I have his birth time. Yeah, they don't give his birth time. Oh, no, they do have his 3:20 a.m. Is that correct? Date without time. Why do they? Okay, so one has it, the other one doesn't. Okay, they don't have a time here. But let me just March 5th, 1963. Let me show you how. So folks, do you think Joel Osteen is any different than Ted Bundy? What's the difference? They're both human. Oh, I know. Well, wait a minute. Oh, Ted Bundy was a serial killer. So? Yeah, I know, but Joel Osteen didn't kill people. No, but he's harvesting energy, right? Same thing. Just uses different tools. Let me just pull up the 1963. So that's my final answer, folks. These people don't have choices. So you think you have choices? No. Okay, so here's Osteen, and I got his chart. So let me flip here. So here's Osteen and his sidereal chart, which it's an older chart, and I don't have the birth time, so the houses may not be right. But here's his birth card. He's got the 5 of spades. Now, keep in mind that the 5 of spades is the same birth card as the Bavarian Illuminati. Now, I'm not insinuating that he is Bavarian Illuminati. Right? Now, when you listen to the guy, he's very good at what he does. Very good. He was born to do this. He was born to do it. Right? But clearly, this guy's chart and his numerology 66, that's Bethlehem. The latitude, longitude of Bethlehem is 31 and 35. The birth city of Jesus Christ, 31 and 35 is 66. What is Joel selling? Now, people say, oh, he's doing the prosperous gospel. He's not teaching the right gospel. Oh, so there's an instruction manual on to teach your gospel? Where's that book at? Get the hell out of here with that crap. He's teaching a prosperity gospel. Dude, the guy brings in 30,000 people every time he has a service, or however many people, and he's helping people. Is he just shafting everybody? Would you just chalk it up to that, or do you think he's actually helping people? Well, it's both. But you can see the cluster of energy here. And I want to compare the stellarium chart. Oh, don't tell me my... Folks, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. I gotta get new batteries. My trackpad died. Just give me a minute. All right, let me just put these batteries in the trackpad. Hold on. Okay. So, let's go to his stellarium. And let's take a look at his position. So his sun, okay, right there, is spilling over into Pisces. Now, he's got his Jupiter in Pisces. So this is why when people say, well, in tropical, he's a Pisces sun. He has characteristics. Yeah, because his Jupiter's in freaking Pisces. Hello? The definition is going to be a lot of the same. Well, Jupiter is the church, man. Jupiter is the church. The Olympian, Zeus is the church. The epitome of the church. And he's got it in Pisces. He was born in the Piscean age. Pisces is Jesus. He's got Jupiter in Jesus' Pisces sign. And he's got his sun in Aquarius. And Aquarius is social circles. So what do you think this guy's doing? He's preaching the gospel in a social circle environment. That's what he's doing. That's what he's good at. Promoting the church in a social circle environment. And he's got the wound of Chiron there. Let me just confirm the wound of Chiron. I believe it is there. Yeah, the wound of Chiron. So what he's doing is he's got the wound of Chiron, which is it's in Aquarius, it's in social circles. So he's very good at taking your wound and transmuting the information, transmuting the energy. That's what he's really good at. He's very, very effective at that. Essentially, his birth card, the 5 of spades, is here in the sign of Leo. I don't know if it's in the 5th house, but Leo is the 5th zodiac sign. And there is Pluto. And what is Pluto? Pluto is not just all doom and gloom and removing the deadwood. Pluto is the riches of the underworld. And he's got Uranus there. Let me confirm those. So there's his Uranus in Leo, right? Now remember, Leo is ruled by the sun. So now you have Uranus, the primordial, who rules Aquarius, and he's promoting the gospel, which is talking about follow me into the house with a man bearing a pitcher of water. That's Jesus in Luke chapter 22, verses 10. This is what he's telling you to do. Take all your issues and challenges and give them over to God. And this is now moving into the age of Aquarius, where his sun is, and the wound. And across the way is the riches of Pluto, the underworld, with Uranus there in the sign of Leo. Remember that the sun rules Leo. And he's got the 5 of spades, which is the 5th, the 5. Which is this. Walk away and go to the house of Aquarius. This is what this is saying right here. His spirit card is the 10 of hearts, which is the rainbow bridge. He's promising a rainbow bridge. He's got the rainbow. His spirit card is up here in Capricorn. Right here. Capricorn. And what has he got? He's stacked here with this. He's got Mercury in Capricorn. Mercury, the way you talk, the way you speak, the way you think. It's in Capricorn. So he's got Kronos here. Now this means he's very effective at the way he speaks, because Kronos doesn't want to get anything wrong, because it's the judge. Right? So it makes you very effective at certain things. And one of them is speaking. And his Mercury, I just want to confirm that his Mercury is in Aquarius. I think it was, right? Through this chart. Let's take a look. Yeah, so his Mercury is just leaving Capricorn. So it is going to be, this is where you get a play in both signs. And this is why you got to read. So if you had Mercury, if your Mercury's here in your zodiac sign, you got to read Mercury in Aquarius and Mercury in Capricorn, and you got to figure out which one you resonate with more. And you may be a blend of both, because you could see that Aquarius loops over Capricorn. It spills over here. Now I know this is CGI. It's not exactly this way, but there's merit to this. And he's got his Saturn. His Kronos is in Capricorn. And his Capricorn is his career, his service is Saturn is the militant of the church, defending the church. Kronos. If you look at the Society of Jesus, they have Zeus and Saturn in the sign of Pisces in September 27, 1540. The militant, this is the military of the church. He's got it right here, and he's got it in his 10th house. This guy was born to do this. Doesn't have a choice. No choice. And he's got his Aphrodite here, making you fall in love. He's got this, he's very committed to his followers. Very committed. Makes him a very likable guy. His moon, let me just confirm, is in Gemini, right? This is a big deal. Yeah, it's actually going to be in between. So see, we have a position of the moon in between two signs. So he picks up the traits of Gemini, which is ruled by Mercury. So remember, the moon is the way you feel about. How does he make people feel? Well, he makes them feel very welcome, because he can talk the talk and walk the walk. And then he's got it a little bit into Cancer, and Cancer is ruled by the moon. So people like this guy. He's likable. His moon makes you feel likable. Very likable. And his Mars is in Cancer. Cancer is home. So he's taking his testosterone, Mars, and he's giving it to the home. Home is where the heart is. God, give over to God. Join God's community. And this is across from Aphrodite and Venus. He's got the masculine-feminine symbiotic relationship here, along with his Rahu Ketu axis, which is his ultimate desire. His ultimate desire, folks, his Rahu is in Cancer. And Cancer is love. So yes, there's this layer of love with him and loving his community. That's what makes him so great at this. But his rainbow bridge up here in Capricorn, this is his career. His career is wrapped around communication, social circles, and the church, and showing you your wound, Chiron. And the sun here, see, the sun highlights the Chiron. It illuminates the wound. That's what he's good at. Give your life over to the church. And this axis right here is the Aquarius Leo axis that we have seemingly moved into. And look at where he's stacked. He's got his riches of the underworld. He's got his Uranus there, which rules Aquarius, with Zeus across the way and Chiron the wound to illuminate the wound right there with the sun and the spirit in the Aquarius, which is moving into Uranus. The sun is enhancing the Uranus, and Uranus is in the house of Leo, which is ruled by the sun. So these two planetary positions right here are going to be playing with each other during the age of Aquarius, because this forms a hourglass right here. This is an hourglass right here. This symbiotic relationship between these two houses. And he's got Uranus across the way from the sun. These have flipped and exchanged, and he's got the riches of the underworld right here. And he makes a buku bucks. He makes buku bucks by being in the spotlight. The sun rules Leo. He's got money here with Pluto. He makes buku dollars by being in the spotlight. And his Uranus is heaven. Uranus represents heaven. So he's a big preacher and proponent of heaven. Now, you could say the guy's this and you could say the guy's that. It doesn't matter. He's doing what his programming is. He's doing his job, folks. That's what Joel Osteen is doing. He is doing his job. That's it. Don't like his job? Don't tune into him. I don't watch him. Don't care. He doesn't watch me. I'm not going tit for tat here. But this guy was born to be a preacher. Born to be a preacher. His Poseidon is in Libra, which is ruled by Venus. Poseidon is the addiction. Libra, which is harmony and balance and love and commitment and compassion and all about, a peace, prosperity gospel. So prosperity is tied to Venus. Venus wants to have everything, the silky smooth sheets. Venus wants to have the abundance, the love. Venus wants to have everything done. It's a Taurian energy. So his Venus is here, but it's being impacted by Poseidon. Poseidon comes in here. And Poseidon, the waters and the baptism. This is all baptism here. And there's the serpent in the 16th nakshatra. There's the serpent. Poseidon has a lot to do with the devil, because it has the trident, it has the pitchfork. And Poseidon could definitely be labeled the devil in a sense. And Poseidon to me is your addictions, what you're addicted to. Right? Besides Rahu. So he's very good at making you feel a certain way because of his moon position, being in Cancer. Right? He's very good at it. Very good at it. That's why he's got one of the largest churches. It's clear. And so, folks, it doesn't matter if you like this guy or not. It doesn't matter. He is just like you, doing his job, getting out there and hustling. That's it. That's all the guy's doing. It's so simple. It's so easy to see it and so beautiful when you look at it, and then you can step back and not judge. Why would you judge somebody who's living through their screenplay? Why would you call them names or say this or say that about them when they're just doing their job just like you? There are people out there that don't like me. They hate my guts. They don't like this, they don't like that. I don't care. I'm doing my job, man. You don't like my job? Then go tune somewhere else. All the religions, we talked about the Mormons doing their job. Joseph Smith doing his job, right? Born to be a pastor. Charles Taze Russell, the founder of the JW organization, doing his job. Don't have to like it. Don't have to tune in. Like I said, when you walk through the mall and someone runs up and said, try my cream, it's like, get the hell out of there with that shit. That's no different than someone coming up and saying, hey, you should study my book because I got the right God. You're not saved unless you get dunked. You don't get saved unless you go follow Jesus. How is it any different from somebody running up in the mall and saying, hey, rub this cream on your face and you'll get rid of the circles? What is the difference between that and someone telling you got to get baptized to be saved? What's the difference? There isn't any. It's all freaking marketing. It's all marketing, man. Christy444 says, I just want to know what happens if we decide not to follow through with our programming. Let me know how that works out for you. I'm not being sarcastic. I'm being serious. Let me know when you go off script. Send me an email and let me know when you go off your script. You decide to navigate away from that. decodeyourreality@gmail.com. I would love to hear your story. I'm being dead serious. If you're a king of diamonds, your handler card is the 3 of clubs. It's the serpent card. Why is the... Let me get the cards out. Let me get my bright... Hang on a second. If you're a king of diamonds, 2 of my really good friends are. If you're this card, if this is your birth card, well, it's the king of money. It's the boss, the CEO of money. Now, it doesn't mean every king of diamonds is going to be wealthy and luxurious and live a lavish lifestyle. No. But this is what this insinuates. Lucy in the sky with diamonds, right? Well, the handler card is the serpent card. This is the card of Lucifer and the serpent. So when you have the serpent tied to the king of money, what does that tell you? You're talking about dealing in a reality that is marketing to you, and it's going to market to you the way you feel. It's going to market to you by the way you think. It's going to market to you by the way of this archetype and that archetype. If it doesn't get you here, it's going to get you there. Well, these 2 cards, these are tied right to Lucifer, by the way. Like Halil is 39 in Hebrew numerology, and this is the 39th card in the deck. The king of money. So you think about the serpent that wants it all. Money is one of the things it wants. And the 3 of clubs is the Game Master card in Alice in Borderland. Why is this the Game Master card? Because it involves going on journeys. Let me show you how that works in the tarot. To show you what your handler card is. 3 of clubs is the 3 of wands. And again, I'm using the Astro Matrix deck, which here it is. So again, I'm using this deck right here, which is an amazing deck, the Astro Matrix Tarot. Here's the 3 of wands. Here's your handler card. This is the handler card for the king of diamonds. So this being tied to the serpent, well, what does this card mean? Going on adventures. Let's go on an adventure. Let's go launch some plans. Let's go travel. What will happen when you go do that? Opportunities will happen. Opportunities will happen for you to buy things. Opportunities will happen for memories. Opportunities will happen for photo shoots. Opportunities will happen for food tastings. Opportunities will happen for buying this and buying that. Because it goes on and launches its plans. That's why its back is turned. So essentially, what runs the King of Diamonds? The traveler. Doesn't want to sit still. It wants to go out there and go on adventures. It doesn't want to sit still. Christine, what's going on? Christine from the great state of Washington. The Queen of Clubs is card number 25, sits in the Jupiter line. It's an exclusive Jupiter card. It's the Jupiter card. The Queen of Clubs, the Queen of Wands, is card number 35 in the tarot. That's tied to the word simulation. So there's a layer to Zeus being the ruler of the simulation. The queens are the queen bees. The queen is the Q, which is the power symbol. But it's also tied to the word graveyard. Because in this reality, that's where you'll end up. Nobody gets a hall pass from that. And the handler card for the Queen of Clubs is the 10 of Diamonds. And the 10 of Diamonds is the card number 74. Now, you're flipping that from the Queen of Clubs perspective of the Spirit card, but if you flip it from the Queen of Clubs from the life spread, then your handler card's going to be the 3 of Hearts. And the 3 of Hearts is a card of celebration. Another 3. The 3s are a big-time card. The 3s of 3 of Clubs, 3 of Hearts, 3 of Spades. The 3 of Hearts is the 3 of Cups, which is a card of celebration. So this is a lot of celebratory action in your life. So where can you find your celebrations? Queen of Clubs, of course, is a card of knowledge because she's tied to the King of Clubs, which is mental mastery. So the consort of the King of Clubs, which represents mental mastery, is just as the same. It's the female version of the King. So he has the mental mastery. She gets the mental mastery. So she's a seeker of the occult, the esoteric. Essentially, she's tied to the graveyard, and everything, all the memories ended up in the graveyard. So it's a very intelligent card. But the 3 of Hearts is the handler card, which is not taking things so seriously and having a lot of celebrations. Essentially, also, that the 3 of Hearts is the card of reincarnation. So you have the graveyard with the Queen of Clubs, and the handler card is reincarnation with the 3 of Cups, which gives you that loop-de-loop. The Queen and the 3. Christy444 says, we can't really be errands if everything is 100% scripted. Exactly. It's a moot point. Now, are you able to detour away from your script? Somebody show me the roadmap on how to do that. I'm waiting for someone to tell me they've gone off script and support it. Don't just tell me you've gone off script and you become an errant. This is Jason's word, errant, but prove it that you've done that. I want to see it. I'm the doubting Thomas, because talk is cheap. But But I'm not saying it's impossible. Can you go off script? Well, I mean, I'm daily looking for that window. And I feel like detaching is the way to do that. Detach. Being a minimalist is the way to do that. I covered it in my Fool Decoded. I showed that fool's gold is called pyrite. And that is tied, that's the fool's gold. And what is fool's gold? Materialism. Materialism is fool's gold. So if you can be, you got to survive, you got to pay this, you got to do that, that's totally fine. But how much do you have of this? How much do you have of that? Are you okay to walk away? If you had to walk away, are you going to be bummed out, mad, angry, sad? You're going to give emotions if you had to walk away from your possessions. There's that layer to consider. Christy says, my son said we should be able to write a new code. Well, it's not going to be us writing it. I wouldn't think so. Like, why would we get that luxury of writing a new code? Why would we be able to write the code? When the voice in your head is what you'll listen to. You listen to it all the time. It's been talking this entire time. Why do you think you write your comments? If you write your comments, they're coming from the voice in your head. And then you're going to support your truth. So if you think that if you think that we're going to be able to write the scripts, I'm all for that, because that's the way it's supposed to be. But I have yet to see any support of that at this point. Maybe you're scripted to be minimalist. I am. My life is, I don't take any credit for this. This whole Decode Your Reality platform, it's not me doing it. I'm just, I'm this. This is what I am. This. You know what this is? You think this thing has a choice? When I pick it up, and I want to grab a piece of paper, and I want to write on this piece of paper, you think this thing's going to tell me no? Well, I'm going to take the day off today. The hell you are. You think this thing has a choice? What do you think we are? We're instruments. Squared Circle Oracle says, have you seen Walter Russell's periodic table? I of course, I'm a huge fan of it. I covered it in the breakdown of Terrence Howard. It's the sun. Walter Russell's periodic table is the sun. Go watch my Terrence Howard Decoded. I showed it. It's the sun. Let me see if I have a... If I have access to this real quick, I'll show you what I'm talking about. I don't think. No, that's not it. I forgot the name of it. Oh, here it is. I'll show it to you right now. This is probably one of the greatest discoveries of the research career I was given, was what I'm about to show you right now. So I have a series on my channel called Superstar. And it's tied to the sun. So I was given this chart here many years ago, and it's 13 months, and it is the sun rising or setting, one or the other, on the same day of every month for 13 months. And what you'll see is that it makes this S pattern, as in serpent. This is why the sun is tied to the serpent, the snake, right here. Okay? And you can do it September for the new year, because the new year in September. The fall equinox is actually the new year for the Egyptian calendar, right? Or the Rosh Hashanah Hebrew calendar, September. And you can see it's the head of the snake or the tail, depending on how you look at it. And you got to do 13 months, not 12. And this line right here is the equinoxes. The spring and the fall, right here. Back to the fall. The spring and fall equinoxes, there's 3 points to this. And then you get your winter and summer solstices. You'll see that December, the solstice, is all the way out, as is June, the summertime, the summer solstice here in the North Americas. These 4 points are the basis of the sun. And when you pull in Walter Russell's periodic table, it's the sun, folks. Because the periodic table are the elements, and the elements are tied to a lot of our reality. These elements, a lot of them were made up of these elements. So I covered all this in the Walter Russell. I mean, in the Terrence. This is the Terrence Howard Decode, I think. And this is what it looks like as the sun moves along the equator. Is right here is where it's balanced. Here is the summer solstice and the winter solstice, depending on what tropic you're in. And it makes that Walter Russell periodic table. Absolutely. I did it through the zodiac. I mean, Walter Russell was born on the 19th. He died on the 19th. It's the freaking sun card. How much more evidence do we need? He was born and died on the same day of the same month. 92 years of age. The sun card. His life path is a 111, which is tied to the sun. I did his whole. I have to come out with this. The magic square of the sun is the 111. That's what his life path is. Okay, this is it. This is his periodic table right here. It's the sun. You can't miss it. It's there, man. It's the superstar. I covered all this in the Terrence Howard Decoded. Just didn't get a lot of traction. Whatever. For those that have the eyes here, I'm just one voice. I don't have all the answers. No, I think I'm gonna. This your stretch your legs part. No, I think I'm gonna end this. I have to go eat anyway, and it's been 3.5 hours. So I think I'm gonna end this transmission. No, I've only watched part of the Rogan interview with Terrence Howard. That's what promulgated me to do the breakdown of him, and coming out with this eye in the sky which is on Patreon. I got Eye in the Sky Part 2 coming out. This is what Terrence Howard is talking, is the space in between those flowers of life. Well, what do you think the flower of life is? It's the eye. It's the eye of Shalom Ra. It's the all-seeing eye. All right. Let me just shuffle these tarot cards. We'll do a couple tarot card reading pulls, and I'm going to get out of here. Jeremiah, what's up, brother? Yeah, just come over to Patreon or here. You don't have to, if you go on the Patreon, you don't have to be a donating member. I do post tidbits of information that's completely free for everybody. So all the Facebook stuff that I was posting will just get moved over to the Patreon. So there's free material over there. But if you want the big stuff, people say, why you got to charge? Because it's reciprocation, man. The law is reciprocation. It's give and take. A soul for a soul. So when we reciprocate, so it's like, I don't want to pay my cell phone bill. You don't get a cell phone. Well, I want my cell phone, so pay your bill. So when you pay your bill, you get to call people. You get your cell phone. The Patreon works the same way. People are so used to 5+ years of free material. Over 450 videos. Completely complimentary. And then people bitch and complain and cry and whine when they're like, oh, I got to donate to, it's supposed to be this. Dude, I'd love to hear the conversation. You calling up your cell phone company and telling them you don't want to pay your bill. Or maybe you want to call up Amazon and say, oh, why I buy products from you. Why won't you give me Amazon Prime for free? A lot of whiners out there. It's amazing. Like whining little kids. Complaining. Like, I lost my bottle. Yeah. All right. All right, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to be pulling from the amazing Astro Matrix. I love this deck. Beyond the Rider-Waite, I got this deck right here. And I got some news. I might as well tell all of you. I'm working on a tarot deck right now. So we'll see how it goes. I got an actual artist, and it's going to take some time, but I am working on a tarot deck. And I'm pretty jazzed about it because he's pretty good, and the concept is the world doesn't have this concept, so it's new, and it's going to be exciting. And if I can get it to come out, like these, I'll be pretty happy. So. Rain Vester says, sounds like you attract a lot of whiners. No, I don't. Very little. Now you're complaining about the complainers. Yep, I am. That's the reciprocation. You whine about the whiners. Yep. Okay. So, Let's pull some tarot cards and get the hell out of here. I'm going to go eat. Maybe I'm going to go dig for the gold tablets on a hill somewhere in Mexico. Maybe I'll find the tablets of the Mormons here in Mexico. Maybe they're just buried somewhere in a hill here in Cancun. And maybe when I find the gold tablets, I'll find the instructions on how to go to the moon. I bet if somebody finds those gold tablets, they will find the instruction manual on how to get to the moon. I'll bet on that. Okay. Thanks everybody for being here. So let's pull. What's your question, 81? So we're gonna pull random cards and let's see what's the message here for this whole thing. Maybe this will pertain to you. It's before I do that, I just want to say it's just so funny. Like when I watch tarot readers, right? There's some really good ones, but it's just like. This is a general reading. This may or may not pertain to you. Cross watchers are welcome. It's like the same bullshit. Where's the originality? I don't know. I don't like to be like everybody else, but anyway. So let's see what the message is. And, again, maybe this message will be directly for... This has happened where people have messaged me like, holy shit, that reading was for me and that happened and this happened. I've had some pretty amazing stories of people. So if something happens to you, drop me an email. Just don't send me a long one because email is my least favorite. Get a lot. So message number 1 for this podcast. How do I do it? I just kind of tap my fingers over it without looking, of course. No cheating. And just kind of grab a card, slide it up. Oh, look at that. 3 of Wands. So we have some serpent energy, of course, right? I got snake. I got the head of the snake coming out. Shazam. This is tied to Lucifer. This is tied to the Game Master and Alice in Borderland. This is Thomas John Ellis Hooper, the actor they casted to play Lucifer. This is his birth card. Jerry Bruckheimer, the guy who produced Lucifer. This is Jerry Bruckheimer's birth card. No accident there. 3 of Wands. Going on some adventures. Let's see what kind of adventure we're going to go on here. It's just so funny, so uncanny, right? Like I have head of the snake. I did the Viagra. The Viagra does this to the snake. I mean, come on, folks. It's just comedy. When I get to come to your city, when I go on tour, I think I'm going to do the Viagra Decoded live because I want to laugh. Because I take this shit so people think I'm so serious. I am, but I think it's hilarious. If you haven't watched my Scripted Reality 23, I'm just merely telling you to go watch it because it's funny, not because I'm asking you. You don't have to give me a thumbs up. Matter of fact, don't give me a thumbs up. Don't leave a comment. Just go watch it and have a good laugh because it's funny as shit. All right, so we have 3 of Wands energy here. And the next card in line that complements the serpent is we have another 3. Wow, 2 in a row. We have the celebratory 3 of Cups. This is the card of reincarnation. Yep, it's the card of reincarnation. This is like spirit. Yeah, we have another player, another 2 3s in a row though. 3 of clubs and the 3 of cups. So we have 19 here total for the cards. 16 and 3. So I don't know what this is saying here, but let's see what the next card is. The third card is the 4 of cups. So we get some boredom here. See, this card I feel like, if you don't want to play anymore, if you're done playing, it's a tall order. But this is what this card represents. See the cups right there? That represents the games you've played. That's your life. Maybe that's spring, summer, fall, and now here comes winter. And you're like, I don't know, man. I got to get more of that. They're going to send that to space, that Cracker Jack box with gold medal leaf. I don't know, man. And you're sitting like this. I don't know. That's what the Four of Hearts in the tarot means different in the cards. Like Sharon's definition, it's the foundation of the heart. The foundation, the Four of Hearts is the foundation of the heart. Like wanting to create stability in love. It's stability in love. The Four of Hearts. Well, you're like, I don't know, man. I mean, that shitbox they sent to the moon. I don't know, man. Joseph Mormon, the last time he told me he found those gold tablets, he said he lost them. I just don't know if I want to hear another person say they dug up some treasure and they can't find it. I don't know if I want to do that. Four of Cups. So we have an adventure, we have celebration, and then we have like a, I don't know. Let's see where we're going with this. Card number 4. We have the Star card, right? To be the star. This is the card of the angel. The word angel equals 17. This is the 17th card in the deck. The Star. And people say, oh, it's the Aquarius card. Not really. Actually, not at all. Why do I say that? What house would this sit in astrology? It's going to sit in 2 houses. In the old system, this is going to sit in the house of Cancer. The moon. And the moon is your dreams, your imagination. The star, the moon dreaming this up. Are we all just inside of the dream? Maybe. This reality is a movie, so dream work pictures. And then if you move it into sidereal, this actually moves into the house of Gemini. So this is not an Aquarius card at all. Not in my calculations. When you go around the zodiac wheel, you keep going around. That's how these tarot cards fit. The Death card, the Fool card, those all go in the middle. This card right here, the major arcana, this sits in the house of Cancer and Gemini. And Gemini is the doppelganger, right? It's you and your doppelganger. The twins, Castor and Pollux, you and the star of the show. So we have the star of the show here. So we do have not wanting to play, we do have celebration, and we do have going on a journey here. So we have a mixed bag of emotions here, a mixed bag of energy here. But let's see if we can get to some definitives. Let's pull another card. See what we get. And we get the King of Diamonds. The last card in the tarot. Can be card 77 or 78. This is like leave the world behind is 78 in numerology. What in that movie, what were they saying? Leave the world behind. Leave all that shit behind. Because it's going bye-bye. And of course it was alluding to money. That's why Robert Ismail, who produced Leave the World Behind, was also the producer of Mr. Robot, which was all about the transition to digital currency. So we have the play here of money, maybe having digital currency coming into play here. I haven't really figured out the message yet, but let's pull a couple more. We have 3, 4, 5. Let's do 2 more. 7. 6 card. That was in the 5th position, by the way, and that's like identity and manifestation. Now we have the 4 of Pentacles. Remember, this is the, it's funny because this is the Viagra patent card, 4 of Diamonds. But this is the Jack in the Box card. Jack stuck in the box. This is, see those diamonds, see those pentacles? That's God sitting down in a chair and you're the pentacle. It doesn't want to let you go. This is card number 68 in the tarot. 67/68. Gematria, the killing name, is 68. World War I, World War II had numerology of 68. Well, it doesn't want to let you go. It wants to control. This is a control card. If you have this as your birth card, it's the 4 of Diamonds is a financial security card. Striving to get financial security. So the 4 of Cups, the 4 of Hearts is striving to have a foundation of love, while the 4 of Diamonds, the 4 of Pentacles, is striving to have a foundation of money. financial security. So we have financial security here coming right out after the King of Money. The King of Pentacles and the Four of Diamonds, the Four of Pentacles. So we have financial security and the King of Money. Really interesting. And before that, the Star card. The only card that I see that's kind of like doesn't fit into this is this Four of Hearts. But let's see. I'll get a clarifier on that card. But let's pull the final 7th card here. 7th card. 7th card. Here we go. Queen of Wands. Jupiter card. Card 35, simulation. This is tied to simulation. Now, Queen of Wands, of course, is intelligence, mastery of intelligence, master of simulation. The queen that gives the queen bee. Right? Remember, it's the consort of the king. The king is the king of mental mastery. She's the queen of mental mastery. The desire for mental mastery. Besides the Queen of Wands and everything else, but it's a fire card in the tarot. This card will sit in 2 different houses. The house of Pisces and the house of Aquarius. That's where she will sit. So that means that she is ruled over by Uranus, Kronos, Neptune, and Zeus. All 4 of those would be this card. Zeus being the big takeaway because in the card system, it's a Zeus card. This. So we have simulation here. I see like this is 35. So I'm going to connect it with numerology here. And let's see if we can make it. So we have simulation, master of money, financial security, the Star. We have well, I don't know if I want to do this. We have celebration and then we have the adventurer. The only one that I see, let me add these up and see if I can get a numerical position here. Hang on. So we have 24, we have 38, 39, we have 40, 17, 68, 78, 35. So we got 3 Come on, are you serious? What's that number right there? 301. When was the first scripture in Genesis that mentioned the serpent? Genesis what? 3 verses 1. My last decode was Viagra, the serpent, the snake in your trousers. We have a Lucifer card here, the serpent. We have a Lucifer card here with the King of Diamonds being tied to the 39 in the Hebrew gematria of Halil, Lucifer in Isaiah 14 verses 12. So I gotta pull. I don't know what this is really saying just yet. Let me get a clarifier on this 4 cups because I don't know what this is like the black sheep here. What is this 4 cups? 4, 1. We have another 4. So we have, this is the house always wins. This is tied to the angel. This is tied to the casino. This is tied to the Yod-Heh Vah-Heh. You can see this is wish fulfillment. 4 of Wands is a 4 of stability of the mind. This is the card of the angel. So we have, in a sense, I don't know if I want to play to the right, stability of love, and then we have the stability of the mind, and you're playing. So I'm going to get one more clarifier, because just one more clarifier, because it comes out with another damn 4. Let's see what the last one is. So we get the rainbow bridge. We have the 10 of hearts. This is the card of the Society of Jesus. This is their founding date. September 27th, 1540, right there. 10 of cups. 10s. The rainbow bridge. This is card 46, 45/46. So it seems like we have new adventures, celebration, happy home, the casino, celebration. But are you going to take that? The star card after that, moving into the star position, having financial security by being a boss of financial security and having a simulation coming in that will be tied to it all on the back end here. And seemingly, is that what we have coming in? I'm going to get one final card from the playing cards to give me a finale here. What is the final message here for this? Final message. Sum all this up. This melting pot of, it looks like a lot of success. Not without a nightmare. The nightmare comes in. So the 9 of spades is, like Sharon said, this is the nightmare card. This is the card that rules 2024. The nightmare comes in. This is the removal. So if all this beauty, there's a lot of beauty in this, a lot of celebration. But what I would say, ladies and gentlemen, is keep your eyes open. Don't get caught up in the lavish lifestyle. Don't get caught up in this celebration of this lavish lifestyle. And on top of that, be ready to move. Because remember, this is the card that governs 2024. And it's card 48. This is tied to Prometheus. It's also tied to the nightmare. It's tied to despair. It's tied to the warning. Next year, I think, is an even bigger year than this one for shit to happen. But the number was 301, which is tied to the serpent. So the serpent, and it just may be, let me see if I can. I had, I don't have it. What I do a lot on my phone is I close my eyes, I open up my folder with all my songs in it, and I'll scroll with my eyes closed, and I'm like, show me a sign. And I'll scroll, and I'll scroll, and I'll scroll. And then I just press my finger down, and a song pops on. Well, the song today was by the band White Lion. Do you remember on Leave the World Behind, the ship that came up on the shore was called White Lion? What is the White Lion? The sun, which is the serpent, which is Ra, which obviously is tied to Lucifer. How can it not be? She's tied to Jesus. How can it not be? The light of the world, the light bringer. How can it not be? I know a lot of people have it pegged to Venus, and Aphrodite plays a role because it's a team effort. It's a team effort. But the light bringer, Lucifer's known as the son of the morning. The morning. The other word for morning is dawn, as in raw dawn, which is the element 86, which is the decay of radium 88. Ra. This is all tied to, this is serpent energy. 301, Genesis 3 verses 1, when the serpent was the crafty of all animals. Just be careful on getting caught up in these lavish wins. Like, I'm not saying, like, have fun in this reality. Enjoy life, yes. But don't get caught up in the celebrating when I knew it. Like, turn off the mainstream. Don't give your emotions to the mainstream. Clear your palate. When something happens, when it's justice being served, are you going to go cheer like everybody else? Are you going to go share these stories like everybody else? Or are you going to be somebody who has disconnected and you're like, it's a scripted movie? Like, when's the last time you said, oh my God, I saw this amazing movie, you should go watch it? You're marketing for that company. You're giving free marketing to that company. We all do it. But when are you doing that with the mainstream? Are you sharing mainstream garbage with people? Do you actually think voting is a thing? You know, folks, seemingly something is coming. Now, I've never seen any, but there are tons of videos out there showing that there's underground bunkers and they've been building them. And why would you be building underground bunkers? Well, you're preparing for something. Well, The White Lion was the song that popped on my feed today after I was being shown a sign, and it came off this album called Main Attraction. It came out on April 2nd, 1991, that album. 91's tied to Lucifer and the Sun, The White Lion. And the song that came off that album was the song number 12. Lucifer in Isaiah 14 verses 12, the final Hebrew reduction is 12. And the song is called Farewell to You. The song is called Farewell to You. That was my message today. And I bid farewell to you. It's easier to say hello than to say goodbye. That was my message today. That's the lyrics off of that song, White Lion. And I bid farewell to you. And then I pulled the 9 of Swords and the Death card. What did that mean? Am I going to die? Maybe. Not afraid of that. Or maybe I'm going to get freedom. Maybe the wish of a lot of you here of wanting to have control over your reality, maybe you're going to get that. Maybe the sun's going to go out. Maybe the sun's the devil and it influences your mind. And when it goes out, your mind is no longer influenced. The White Lion. Or maybe it just like I've disconnected a lot personally myself. How about you? So when it says, I bid farewell to you, the song numerology was 58. That's my tarot card number. My birth card is 58. So what is this saying? I bid farewell to you. Well, I just did your serpent decoded. I know the head of the snake. I see it. I know what it is. I know what it is. I don't need to convince anybody. I know what it is. So is the message for me, I bid farewell to you because you figured it out? Yeah, I think I figured it out, but I don't have all the answers and I absolutely know nothing, because even when you get down to the deepest parts of the rabbit hole, you realize that it's a Ponzi scheme and everything goes. Every opportunity, every possibility, every timeline, every piece of history is down in that hole. So when I got that message today, I bid farewell to you. I played the song over and over and over and over like I often do when I get my messages. The last song on the album, song number 12. Right now, my card in my Solar Spread 51, I sit in space number 12. I kid you not. So for me, the message was clear, and I'm letting you know, like this spread today, the card that stood out was like, you know, sitting there with your arms folded. Are you going to just buy into that crap that happened again? Are you just going to buy into the bullet that flew? And are you just going to buy into that? You're going to buy into this Cracker Jack box shit thing that went to the moon? Are you going to fall for that again? See, when you turn it off, there's nothing to fall for, because you're not subjected to it. Because you're going to have a lot of people are going to be against you because you're not sharing that information. And you're certainly not want to talk about it. That's why, like for me, I'm a hermit. I spend most of my time alone because I'm at peace when I'm alone. I don't have distractions when I'm alone. No outside influences other than what I subject myself to or what my code's subjecting me to. So the question here, folks, is are you going to be like, yeah, are you going to just be excited for this? I mean, there could be a lot of money coming in to play for people. with crypto. And people are going to get rich, and they've never had that kind of money in their life, and they're going to have irresponsibility to that. There's going to be a lack of responsibility with all that income coming in. Are you going to be one of those people? Are you going to fall for another story? Whether it was real or not doesn't matter. Like I'd rather just turn it off and not even know about it. You're better off not even knowing or hearing about it. So I'm in my conclusion here, I'm not telling you to completely shut off the outside world. If you resonate with being a minimalist and a hermit like myself, well, then the calling is for you to take. It's not for everybody. And I'm not saying this is the win. I'm not saying my life and my way and my structure is the win in this reality. I would never say that. I'm just doing me. But I'm telling you what I get for doing me. Peace, bliss, harmony, no resistance. I don't like those environments. That's why, like, I'm in Mexico, away in a small town, away from the chaos, because I don't want to have that impacting my environment. The temptation of like, oh, maybe I'll just check in. I just cut off Facebook. One less temptation. What do you got to cut out in your life? What can you cut out in your life to reduce your temptations? Because, ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you that this reality feeds off of your emotions. And if you don't want to be here anymore, that means you release the physical life that you have. You don't be a physical human being anymore. What does that include? All the physicality, all the environment of having a physical body, all the perks that come with a physical body. So if you feel like you want to jump back in and get out there and party it up and hump and screw and celebrate and you feel like that's the path for you and I'm full of shit, then I would definitely say go do that. Because you're just following your script and I'm just following mine. But if you're somebody who resonates with this information and this channel from the very beginning, doing this a long time, right? And getting so close, and just this message for me today of I will bid farewell to you, it was very loud and clear for me personally. And I'm being very vulnerable. I'm sharing something with you that was like, I didn't need to share it. But I'm just telling you, some of you will resonate with it, some of you won't. Some of you are heavily, deeply involved in the matrix. And that's just built for you. That's your code. And that's just the way it is. So don't take my word for it. My opinion is empty and meaningless in your world. I'm just an extra in your world. I'm not the star. So just keep doing you. All right. And, as Jeremiah just says, look at it like we're in a dream. Well, go watch My Life is But a Dream. There's a very good possibility that that's what we're in, is a dream world. It's not real. It's all entertainment. And the movie's about to change. Think of it like you watched your favorite show. Like I just finished The Boys season 4. And it has you at the end wanting to watch another episode, but there's no more left. Now you got to wait for season 5 coming out in whenever it's going to come out. Not having the attachment of when's it coming out? Why is I got to wait a year. Not being emotionally attached to that. Don't care. Love the show? I'll see it when I see it. That kind of non-attachment. If you can live your life like that and play it into the mainstream, where it's totally cool if it does, it's totally cool if it doesn't. I really feel like that's the way to win this thing, if there is such a thing. And I say if, because I can't prove that. I can't prove that being neutral and lukewarm is the way to win this game, but I stand by that. I'm running with that because that's what makes the most logical sense to me. Is that you have a dualistic game movie that you're in, and if you don't want to be a part of it, then how could you jump in and play it at its highest level but not be a part of it? It's a complete contradiction, and life's a contradiction. All right, so my final answer here tonight, just going to randomly pull one more card and got the Joker card. There you go. That's the confirmation. Now, the Joker can mean the Joker 2019, Joaquin Phoenix, the rising of the Phoenix, the burning of the cities. It can mean that, or it could just mean it's all a joke. It's not real. It's not meant to be real. It's just entertainment, whatever you want to take it out as. All right. So let's end this. What do I want to play here? Well, let's just end it where I left it off or started it. It's DJ Korolova, a remix of Pink Floyd's Another Brick in the Wall. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor and a pleasure to be your host and tour guide for this What's Your Question number 81. And I really appreciate each and every one of you for all your support. Big shout out to the Patreon members over there. If you're interested in reading, I'm booked out into September. So if you're interested, you'd have to wait till then. Selected dates in September and October. So let me know on that. Send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com, and we'll get your response. Or you can go to my website and you'll see my WhatsApp, Telegram, and Signal. You can message me there directly and I'll get back to you within 24 hours. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for today. It's a wrap. What's Your Question 81? Sending you tons of love. Big shout out to you, to the moderators, Stephen and Pamela. Appreciate each of both of you for coming in here. Boy, tongue twisters tonight. And I'm going to go eat and I'm going to go enjoy some food. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for today. My name is Logan. Decode Your Reality. Until next time, we will see you later.
Another brick in the wall. Another brick in the wall.